11th of December for everyone but the applicant, and then another week for you, Mr. Trinnick. Is that sufficient? 11th of December. It's 3 weeks today, I believe. Yeah, or 18th. Yeah, the week after. Yes, yeah, I couldn't find you there. You happy with that? Oh, there you are. Yes. Yeah, you can live with that. So, yeah, brilliant. Okay, that was the less pressing one. Of considerably greater significance for today is the question of Mr. Baker's additional documents and slides. Mr. Trinnick, you kindly agreed to have a look at those to see what you thought of them. Have you got some conclusions?
Yes, sir, we have on a number of points. I'm going to try and get it all in one. I think we've been fairly obliging so far in our approach to some material, and indeed yesterday evening, but I'm afraid enough is enough time in this order. First of all, so far as the 37 slides are concerned, they have been altered overnight, and I thank Mr. Campbell for that, to remove any new material, so we can have no objection to those slides since they've all been previously submitted in evidence. And therefore I'm happy that there's a slideshow if that's useful. But there's a very big but here. The purpose must only be to respond to what Dr. Mackenzie has said in evidence, not to add to or further explain or explain at all Mr. Baker's submitted evidence. That's the unvarying approach in inquiries. It's the approach I followed with Dr. Mackenzie in chief. And apart from shortening inquiries, there's a very good reason for this rule, and that is that for the witness going second, there's a risk of prejudice to the first if you start to, or quotes, explain it, which I never trust in chief, as my witness has been and gone. And therefore, on every occasion that the slideshow becomes an embellishment, a further explanation, a gilding of evidence already submitted, I will object. The slideshow should simply be to answer points made by Dr. Mackenzie in his evidence, with reference to where in evidence that is, as I did yesterday, Dr. Mackenzie. And as Mr. Campbell knows, that is the approach at inquiries. The second point relates to the new slides, which you haven't seen. And we have a number. There is one which is, yes, figure 14 from existing material of Hayes Mackenzie, but it's not figure 14 from existing material. It's got added notes on it. It's got additional notes on the right side of the graph. It's not figure 14. I object to that because of prejudice to my client. My witness has been and gone. Secondly, so far as the next two slides are concerned, these are respectively a plot of V10 standardized wind speed against time and a plot of L90 noise levels against time, the same time. Mr. Campbell says this is not new. Well, it is new before the inquiry. It's taken from raw data supplied by Hayes Mackenzie, and that raw data is not before the inquiry. Dr. Mackenzie has been and gone. He can't comment on this material. To comment would involve not just looking at two bits of paper, funnily enough. It would involve looking at the full records for the relevant day to see what was happening in terms of wind speed, variations in wind speed, the reasons for the LA90 level, any audio recordings available. One bit of research that has been done, which actually makes my point, is that on the day in question, and I'll come to which day that was, it was raining hard all day, which means that data would not have been used for compliance purposes anyway. You see, that doesn't come out of what's been produced. And this is the danger of admitting apparently innocuous material far too late. And besides which, the slides are labelled 27 September 2018. That was corrected. That was corrected last night, the 29th of September, but I'm afraid it's still wrong. It's the 28th of September. Oh, sorry, I've been told it is the 29th. All right. So it's been corrected to the 29th. The final slides relate to the LiDAR evidence. We are told that we can read in Mr. Baker's precognition, paragraph 20, that in a footnote that he says, if time permits, I shall investigate before the inquiry with the greatest respect. It's not just down to a witness to say, I'll produce more material if I think fit. There is a date for the submission of material, and beyond that it requires your consent, following my representations. It's not just a matter of we told you so. This is in the email exchanges of last night on this topic. Mr. Campbell says this material is raised to assist comprehension of what is happening at Paul's Hill 1, so as to completely understand what can be expected for Paul's Hill 2. That is the very point of the session. If the circumstances of Paul's Hill 1 are not fully understood, it would be impossible to assure the Scottish ministers of the performance of the extended wind farm. Well, fine, no objection to the reasoning, but this is just far too late. All the material, bar one slide, is new. We have not seen this stuff before. It has been created by Mr. Baker. So it's not material simply submitted after the precognition submission date. It's submitted after the start of the inquiry session, and it hasn't yet been submitted, and my witness has given evidence and gone. There is absolutely no reason why this material could not have been produced at the very latest before the start of Dr. Mackenzie's evidence. Certainly, immediately before the inquiry session would have been entirely reasonable. So, my point about late delivery applies to all this material coming in. It hasn't been submitted. We should proceed on the basis of what's been submitted up to the start of the inquiry session. Subject and as to the slides, they should only be spoken to if Mr. Baker is speaking to Dr. Mackenzie's evidence. So this is frankly a shambles. It is a complete shambles. We've been tolerant up to this date, but the exchanges of emails and the robustness of the comments back last night, I'm afraid, have tipped us over the edge. That is enough.
Mr. Campbell?
I would ask you not to be swayed by this air of injured innocence which is coming across the room. There are 2 points of substance that are made. The first is to describe how a party must present its case and to seek to limit in advance how that presentation is done. Now, it is up to me to decide how I present the case. Yesterday I apologized for the late delivery of the slides, which was an inadvertent mistake, and I believe that apology to have been accepted. It's quite clear that it has, but only in part. If any part of the evidence of a witness in chief is in some way objectionable, then we know what happens. An objection can be taken and you can rule upon it. But it is up to me as an experienced presenter to decide how I present my case, not to acknowledge some artificial limitation imposed by the other side before that evidence begins. That's the first point. The rest of the points all center around the question of lateness. And I absolutely accept that the slides were late and the material has come too late. I did that yesterday. Whether that is sufficient to exclude it is entirely a matter for you. If it would cause prejudice to the complete presentation of a case, then I would venture to suggest that it should not be excluded, but noted as having been late, allowing you to make a judgment about prejudice, not at the time, but later, if Dr. Mackenzie is not to be recalled. Recalling a witness to give evidence in rebuttal is not exceptional, but it is not very desirable. It is perfectly possible, and the rules allow that. I hope it won't be necessary. I know perfectly well how to skirt around any editorial material which Mr. Baker might wish to add, and I can stop him doing that. I can ask him to stop doing that, sorry, and we will have a straightforward presentation. I'm aware of the constraints of time, because this is really now the middle of the inquiry, and we must make progress. I don't think I hear really any substantial objection to the first 37 slides that have now been cleaned up with all the annotations removed. And all I propose to do is ask Mr. Baker to explain what we're looking at, leaving the explanation for the closing submission, which unfortunately will necessarily have to be longer than it otherwise would be. So that's my position in relation to the objection. I hope that's some help.
Thanks, Mr. Campbell. No, it is. I mean, as I hope is clear, I do try to give all parties a flexible approach to putting in evidence until the last minute, but I have to say I think it's gone beyond the last minute. And I take a particularly relaxed attitude towards witnesses who are not experienced in this particular forum and who maybe don't have the same resources, back office support, etc. And that's always been my approach. But I think we've gone beyond that point. There does come a point where, in fairness to the applicant, we have to say no more. And I think in respect of those additional documents to which Mr. Trinick is objecting, I think we've got to that point. We can't simply admit those. And on the question of the slides, and I'm grateful, Mr. Campbell, for your looking at those last night and for what sounds like has been a degree of editing, and subject to that, and subject also to Mr. Baker confining his commentary on the slides to a response to what Dr. Mackenzie has said, then I'm quite happy for those to come in. But the last thing I want, because we are pressed for time, is to have to recall Dr. Mackenzie. It's simply not fair. Yes, he can, and I've had inquiries where that has happened, but it's a disadvantage because he's had such a short period of time in which to think about his response. So I really don't want to go there. So I'll be listening out for Mr. Trinick to jump in if he thinks that anything that in evidence in chief Mr. Baker says is straying beyond something he's happy with. And I have to say I'll be quite sympathetic to that, because he has been very patient in considering the admissibility of any additional matters. So let's crack on with the slides and any additional points that you want to bring out in chief. But you know, I really think we need to make some progress and get on to the questions from Mr. Trinick. I really do want to understand Mr. Baker's case, because as he says himself, you know, it's an innovative approach, etc. And I need to understand it fully. But there has to be a limit. You know, we can't keep on doing new analysis, even accounting for the fact that I appreciate you're tackling this as a one-man operation. You don't have a full office to back you up on that. But even so, I think we need to crack on. So subject to that, I think you're ready to give us your PowerPoint. So I shall take my seat there and we'll proceed. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Much obliged.
Right.
Mr. Baker, good morning. You should have in front of you a computer with these slides on. What I would like you to do, please, is to simply tell the inquiry what we are looking at. If there are supplementary questions, I will ask them, and you can do your best to reply to them. Do you understand me?
I certainly do. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Pulley. Before I proceed, my screensaver happens to be the view from the kitchen window at Corglass, and you will see a great absence of trees there, which is directly relevant to Dr. Mackenzie's presentation. So I just ask you to note that before I move on. Thank you. I certainly shall. Right. We've already said yesterday what these slides consist of. I shall move on. The first slide is typical of wind shear variation throughout a day, on average. And I shall just continue where we left off yesterday. I was describing what wind shear is. There is an equation which Dr. Mr. Campbell, I cannot do this job if you constantly interrupt me like that to try and point me in a different direction, because what I am doing is absolutely important to what I need to explain. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I know how to do the presentation on that basis, but I will do my best. What we are looking at here is a slide of the average wind shear. Now, I do need to explain what that is. I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell. We had yesterday the reference by Dr. Mackenzie to a form of wind shear that uses surface roughness. That omits, as Dr. Mackenzie has said in his own evidence in the 2011 DEC report, it omits atmospheric effects. And for that reason, an alternate formula is used which relates the heights at two positions, the wind speeds at two positions, and there is an exponent there, and that exponent is used. That is the exponent that you are seeing in this slide. Right. Now, the next slide is, bear in mind, I said those are averages. The next slide shows a typical case where the variation in wind speed with time, and these are these are 10-minute intervals throughout, and you can see there is considerable variation with values of wind shear exponent going up to 1.5. The next one is wind shear exponent for a typical site, reproduced from a paper by Mr. Bowdler in 2009. And that shows a variation, and that shows as your 10-meter wind speed, and bear in mind this is actual 10-meter wind speed, not standardized. That is important. And as it gets to lower levels, typically, you get higher and higher wind shear. We have another plot that shows exactly the same thing from another source. It's common. Now, this plot here attempts to show and illustrate what wind shear is. Now, it's illustrated for here at the hub height. If you can see the cursor, I hope. Is the cursor appearing there? If not, you'll have to excuse me. So we have the wind speed, 40 meters per second at hub height, and the standardized relationship brings you down to green and tells you that at 10 meters standardized height, we're at about 12 meters per second. However, depending on where you are during the day, in an early afternoon, and you have unstable conditions for magnetic wind shear, and the wind speed is actually faster than your down there. Now, I doubt that actually happens in your case. Now, as your wind shear increases, this here is 0.5, so the speed at the 10-meter level gets lower and lower. Now, the relevance of this and the importance of wind shear is that the conditions for pH1 are set in terms of XP. They are set in actual 10-meter wind speed, not standard. Now, this is the first of the plots that we had from Hayes-Mackenzie. It shows a tremendous scatter, as you can see, of actual noise results at core glass. These are This is all data, but it's excluding rain, and it is filtered for wind direction. What I have shown on here is the range of wind shear, alpha, which ranges from 0.01 to, in the slide, 0.71. Now, those are the actual wind shear that I have calculated from the shutdown values, the total range of shutdown values. Now, I'll come on to why and how I've done it. The other line shown on here, there's an average wind noise, and I do use wind noise for background noise because that's all it is in this quiet environment. This is a moderately conservative noise line drawn in by eye in accordance with the IOA GPG. And you can see that there's an awful lot of data above it. So I submit that if you actually apply the GPG method precisely as it says, you are going to conclude that you do have a noise problem here because your average for the actual results will be above that line, and that's what the GPG says. Now, Dr. Mackenzie is absolutely right. He talked about this being a problem of signal-to-noise ratio. And what that means, and what I identified here at an early stage before we were given any actual test results, was that from the LiDAR data, there is a lower limit of minus 0.07. So that's what you get in the early afternoons when you have negative wind shear. Now, by the procedure I use, which I will explain, all this pink zone, as I've called it, lies outside of that. And I cannot understand, I cannot explain those results by anything other than that they are wind farm noise. The rest of the results between that line and the lower line of 0.46, they can be either wind noise or wind farm noise. We don't know, and that's the signal-to-noise ratio problem Dr. Mackenzie mentioned.
Just to be clear, Mr. Baker,
yes.
The plots inside the curved purple line above the black line.
This area, yes.
Well, I can't see your cursor from where I'm sitting.
Oh, sorry, the pink zone we're talking
yes,
about.
The
yes,
pink zone.
Yeah.
You ascribe to turbine noise.
I do.
Thank you.
Now, this blue line down here is a line that was put on by Hayes Mackenzie. And I have to thank Hayes Mackenzie because that made me think. And that made me move on from that. What Hayes Mackenzie said is that this line here is the minimum line that you will get, the minimum, well, they said it is representative of the noise that you will get from the turbines when it's not masked by wind noise. But the difference is, they said that was the operational wind turbine noise under any conditions. I will move on to another slide of theirs, but while I'm on here, I would comment on that and point out that, despite saying that is the turbine noise rate conditions, they then did one of the shutdowns, the second shutdown, which compared that kind of noise to the noise I was at, the source here was coming out of the side. And that line, they've actually calculated turbine noise, which came up and was just touched the 35 dB line. So they contradicted themselves in their own report, because they said that blue line down there is turbine noise at lower conditions, and then they calculated turbine noise up here. So there we are. So that their own evidence backs up what I'm saying to you about the zone between, which can be either wind farm noise or wind noise. Now, we can all leave it there and scratch our heads and do what Dr. Mackenzie and Hayes Mackenzie did and say, oh, it's a mess, it's all variable, we don't know what it is, and it's variable wind speed. But I couldn't do that, I moved on. So moving on from this, what I show here is a range of background noise, L90, against standardized now, because that's what all their data is plotted against, standardized 10-meter high wind speed. Now, Dr. Mackenzie himself said yesterday that the standardized wind speed is really just a measure of the wind speed at hub height. That's all it is. Now,
I think corroborated, isn't it, by material within the GPG?
It is. It is. It is. The only difference with the GPG, to be frank, I mean, they set out, people who did the GPG, they set out with good intentions in mind, and effectively they said, if you average the noise through your true background points and present it against standardized, then that's going to give you a conservative judgment of whether you've got wind farm noise or not. Unfortunately, that is not correct, as the experience at Corglass has shown. And the reason that the Corglass experience is seminal, and we all learn as time goes on, and this is part of the learning process, this particular site. And one of the reasons why this problem arose, the signal to noise ratio, is because noisier turbines were put in than what was consented, the noise is shifted up into that region more than it might on certain other jobs. So, coming back to this, I've got here, what you have here is the blue line in the middle is the standardized wind speed background noise against standardized wind speed. But what you can see is as the wind shear increases, the background noise drops. Now, one thing, coming back to what ETSU requires and why GPG is wrong, ETSU specifically asks you to take note of complaints, take note of under what wind conditions, wind speed conditions that occurs. It specifically asks you to monitor noise against that wind speed for a range either side of it, and similarly monitor the background noise over that range. Right. So, what have Hayes Mackenzie done? As per the GPG, they have monitored over the entire range of wind speeds and conditions that occur. That is not what they were told by the complainant. The complainant, and incidentally, this did not arise out of a complaint. This arose out of the applicant saying to Mr. Bonzio they wished to carry out noise monitoring. That is how this arose. It was not a complaint to the council. Moving on from that, when asked, therefore, what the noise, under what circumstances the noise arose, it was made very clear that the noise, the wind farm noise, was only heard when the wind speed at Corglass near ground level was low. And that was followed up by a report which I produced called the iPhone report, which of course has been criticized because it uses an iPhone, etc. But that entirely misses the point. It was never intended to be official monitoring. But what it actually does is identifies the times at which the residents are saying there is wind farm noise. So that can point the investigator, Hayes Mackenzie, to looking at the monitoring data at those times.
I'm sorry, we're getting into the pure compliance evidence here all over again. It's not answering what Dr. Mackenzie said. I think we need to move on.
May I comment?
No, not yet. May I respond? I was going to respond to the supplementary question, which was to ask him to elucidate the usefulness of the iPhone, the use of the iPhone. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir. If I may, just a brief comment to say, the relevance of this, none of what I'm saying today has anything to do with compliance. That is not the goal of what I'm doing. What the goal of what I'm talking about today is that we can understand the reality of what is happening at PH1, because if we do not understand the reality of that, we are kidding ourselves, and we cannot possibly understand the reality of PH2 and PH1 operating together. I am, thank you. Now, the way I got all of those relationships I'm showing you of wind shear against standardized wind speed is, and I've not read about this being done before, but I went to the LiDAR data and I looked for what happens when the wind shear is 0. Now, if you remember my plot, the line going straight up, 0 wind shear means the wind speed at the hub height is the same as you come down as the wind speed at the 10-meter height. So this is giving me the information that ETSU asked for. And I need to comment here that Hayes Mackenzie went in and did all the monitoring of this noise problem using the GPG method. The GPG method did not exist at the time that the conditions and the consent for PH1 were granted. That consent was on ETSU. Now, my understanding of planning is anything that comes retrospectively does not actually apply. If there's a retrospective edict that the height of a building has to be half a meter less in a particular area, you cannot ask existing buildings that were done totally in accordance with the original conditions to knock half a meter off. The principle is the same. What should have been done here is recording measurement of wind speed in accordance with the original ETSU guidelines. And had that been done, it would give you a completely different picture. Right, so what this is, I am moving on, Mr. Campbell. What this is, it shows you, these are the points that I got from the actual LiDAR data we were given. And you will actually see that the scatter is very even. It's plus or minus 5 dBs throughout. It's quite a good plot. So that gave me the noise against the actual V10. And from that, you can use equations, which I did, to derive those other lines. Now, that might seem complex, and it will be complex for anybody that isn't mathematical, but believe me, it is just purely straightforward maths. And I put this equation into the equations that you can derive from the normal wind shear equation with exponent, and I got this. This is effectively factual data. It's just presented and used in a manner that people have not thought about before, I haven't thought about doing. But it's 100% valid. And Hayes Mackenzie have not come up with any comment to say it's not correct. So we have to assume there's nothing wrong with it, otherwise they would have told me. On this slide, the blue line is the line I've just shown you. So that is the background noise plotted against 10-meter height wind speed.
10-meter height.
Actual 10-meter height wind speed, yes. The green points and line are taken from ETSU, and they are a typical background noise line which ETSU gives. And you can see the agreement is really, I would say, rather remarkable. It's very, very close. So in my book, that says what I've derived has to be considered as reasonable. The red line is the 2001, roughly anyway, line from the original Hayes Mackenzie monitoring. Now, while we're on this, I would like to comment on this slide a little bit further, because that monitoring point was 2 meters away from trees. Now, those who are familiar with acoustics know that for every doubling of distance, there is a reduction of 6 dB. And please correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, per doubling of distance. So if we come at the low end of this and we take 6 off, we're going to be, what are we, 30, 31, so we're going to be somewhere around about 25. We double again. Now we were only to 4, we double again to 8, and we're well done. Okay? So that is an influence of being very close to trees. Now, the actual 2018 monitoring was, and I'll flip to the next slide and then I'll flip back to this. The 2018 monitoring is, you'll see it here, and that is 8 meters away from the edge of the canopy of the Scots pines. And those Scots pines extend to a height of just over 20 meters. And you can see the foliage also extends pretty close to ground level. So if you were comparing a wind speed at 10 meter height is pretty good for this location and this site. It's the midpoint of the height of those trees. This is also 10 meters away from, 8 meters away from Rowan. So if I flip back to the other slide, and I look up at the top, at a speed of about 12 meters per second, the top end, I think from memory, we are at this location about 14 meters away from the here. And the relatively smaller trees that are there, the red line, the trees that you come up, are limited. There's a limit to how much power they have to generate noise. Okay, compared to Scots pines. I have a lot more Scots pines to generate noise than those trees. So, as you come up to high wind speed, I suggest, I'm calculating. What we're seeing here is the fact that this location is considerable distance away from the Scots pines. You take this end of the Scots pines and you double the distance. You go from 8 to 16 meters. You get up and down 6 dB. You double that again, and so you go on. Now, what I would have plotted on here, and I haven't plotted because I'm allowed to figure it out, is it should be, I'm only, I'm going to say it's like an important Mr. Campbell, I'm allowed to do that, please. Right. The second monitoring that Hayes Mackenzie did, close to the wind farm, where they monitored the two locations, too used to standing up for these things. The noise comes from largely the wind and heather and the relatively low growth that there is up there. So you can imagine that if you start moving away from those Scots pines, and you do that doubling I've talked about, you're going to get quieter and quieter. And if you remember my first slide here, which was the other side of the house, away from trees, and particularly when the big tree belt coming into the property is gone, it's going to be, I would suggest, virtually the same background noise relationship as that. So if you go down the route that the applicant is now trying to do, and he's trying to do this because he needs to do this, in the ES he started off saying that he would comply with the cumulative noise would comply with 35 dB. That's stated very clearly in the ES. And he's only had to go in this direction once the declaration was made that the actual turbines were noisier than the candidate turbines they used to get permission. And that's why he's scrabbling around to get extra noise. But I'm afraid that I cannot accept, and the evidence here cannot accept, that scrabbling being done as adding 5 dB to a line like that red line, the 2001. I shall move on. Right. This just shows you where the location of the original monitoring was, very close to those trees. Not a common amenity area. Mrs. Bonsier does go out there to hang the washing out, but she doesn't hang around to listen to the birds there too much. Right. This plot here shows at an early stage, before I had the data, again, as I was describing what I deduced. And
just pause, if you would.
Yes.
This is a complex slide, and so to aid understanding, and I don't wish to take up any more time than is necessary, I would first of all like you just to explain what the different coloured lines mean.
Certainly.
Approach to this, if you don't mind, and I just want to understand what the different colours mean. We've seen, this is the most complex, and I want the reporter to be able to understand it. So, colours, please.
When capable of confusing myself, believe it or not. So as the wind shear drops below 0.46, the main noise rises, but no more than that. And the wind farm noise, so yeah, as the wind shear drops below that 0.46, as it rises above 0.46, so that's these lower values here, the wind noise drops. And the wind turbine noise, you get into this zone here, never actually get into the pink zone. Now, all this is far more complicated than it needs to be, because that's the complication, I submit, that the GPG method introduces. And the reason why this is a problem is just, remember, we've got two things. We've got the wind speed at the hub level. That's what generates the noise. And the acousticians that came up with the GPG method, they were focusing on prediction, not on compliance. So they wanted to know, well, what's happening up there? How much noise am I generating? But the noise down at the receptor, if you're trying to separate what is noise from your wind turbine and what is noise from background noise in a rural area where the background noise is only wind noise, you need to understand what causes that wind noise. And what causes that wind noise is the wind in the trees. And that's got nothing to do with what's happening up there. It's what's happening down here. And the only thing that links those two is if you know wind shear. And that's what everything I'm presenting here is about. And if I might just digress just for a moment. Yeah, I am moving forward, Mr. Campbell, but this is important. The GPG actually says in there that if you have anemometers at two greater heights measuring wind shear, from those you can calculate and go up and get the hub height wind speed. So they say do that, then standardize it back down to 10 meters, which is a totally artificial thing we've seen. It doesn't change what the... But what they could have done is use that wind shear information in two directions. So they could have got what the hub height wind speed is, and the only reason they need to know that when it's anything to do with compliance is so they can understand what the problem is and how to correct it. If you're down at the receptor, you don't give a damn about that. All you care about is, am I getting noise which is more than wind noise? And if it was an industrial factory producing that, you're not going to climb up somewhere to 59 meters above it and measure the wind noise up there. You're going to measure the wind noise down at your receptor and the total noise coming in. You don't care what's happening in the factory. You just care, have you got a noise problem? And if the GPG had thought differently and used those two higher anemometers and the wind shear from it, they could have got both the hub height wind speed and the 10-meter high wind speed, and you would know precisely where you were in terms of ETSU. I should move on. Right. This shows, I've already alluded to this, or referred to this, and this line here is, this comes from the second shutdown. Sorry,
just for the notes, which line are you referring to?
The curved greenish line, I think, which then becomes tangential to the 35 dB limit.
Okay.
And you will see the red dots on here. They cover a limited range from wind shear of 0.22 to wind shear of 0.7. Now, the reason they cover a limited range there is these results were 100% at night time, and the wind the wind shear tends to be rather high. It doesn't go as low. The next one is the other shutdown. And you can see there's a much wider range of points, which goes up to 0.01 down to 0.66. And I have drawn on there the green line, which is the line that pretty much was the lower limit of all the operational noise lines at Courthouse. But this one, as I say, covers a wide range, and 35% of the points were during the day and 65% were at the night. So that's why you get a wider range. And that gives you a big scatter, and it was this scatter that Hayes Mackenzie then said, oh, well, the wind noise goes all over the place, so we cannot tell whether it's wind noise or it's wind turbine noise, but somehow, magically, they could say with confidence at the same time, there is no evidence of wind farm noise. Interesting, you can make a positive comment when you totally admit you haven't a clue what's going on. Right, so moving on. This plot here, sorry, I'll move on to this one. So this plot is the plot of all data, all the shutdown data, and it shows on there the zones in which the two shutdowns appear. So the two green circled areas are the shutdown one, which came tangential to the 35 dB. The other one is the wider scatter because it had day results as well.
Just pause to explain that, would you? The two green irregularly shaped enclosed areas represent what?
That's the boundary of the operational noise that was recorded in the two periods either side of the second shutdown.
So a boundary in terms of decibels?
Well, a boundary in terms of where the points, the actual recorded points, fall on that plot.
Yes,
but yes, it also bounds decibels.
It's a boundary in noise terms, not a physical boundary or a time boundary.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
It's a boundary on that plot,
but it may
which
be
is a boundary.
It may be obvious to you, but it's not always obvious to a layman. So just explain it in language. I'm not Professor Cox on the television, okay? I want you to explain it in a way that we can understand.
I am most certainly trying to do that, Mr. Campbell. And do please, anybody, feel free to interrupt me if something is not clear.
You want to say anything more about this graph? Figure 16.
I don't really need to say very much, other than you see from the second one that had the scatter, there are some results that fall within the pink zone. So they could well be wind turbine noise. We don't know. We can't be sure with this method of measuring. So if I move on to this second plot here, it actually shows from average points from on the second shutdown. It plots points where you have a single record of noise. Now I need to just pause here and explain something. In the New Zealand standard,
just pause there, would you? Don't think we have anything in Dr. Mackenzie's evidence about the New Zealand standard. Well, there'll be an objection, so let's anticipate it and not go there, please.
It is, I beg your pardon, but it is quite clearly in my report. And I'll have to look at my DB references, but I think it's there. But even if it's not there, it is very clearly in my report, and anybody like Dr. Mackenzie can freely look it up.
We're straying away from describing what we're looking at on the graph.
Well, we're not.
Well, we are.
I'm coming to that. Yes. Yes. Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Bullier. Yes. I will try my best, and I will assure you that this is not the case here. This is in my report. This slide and the information on it is in my report, and certainly. Yes, that is what I'm trying to do. The New Zealand standard, which is I explained clearly in my report, inquiry report, what that does and says, you can get an indication of what the noise is by turning the turbine off and turning it back on and seeing what the difference is. And you can do it when you switch from operational to off, and when you switch from off back to operational. So you get 2 points there. And that's what I plotted on here. Okay? So those 2 points, that point and that point, are from single points at each end of the on and off from this shutdown, and they plot on Dr. Mackenzie's curve. Okay? Now, the other one, I also plotted a cross, which is an average from this one. It falls over here. And I plotted a point here with a... Sorry, I'm thinking that the cursor would show on here. This cross here with a circle around it is called the double shot on one end. That is written on that point there. So they all agree with what Dr. Mackenzie came up on that line. So we can move on. This graph here shows the 10-meter height wind speed on the vertical axis against what the wind shear is on the horizontal axis. And you remember the initial plot I showed with the vertical, what was happening up the hub and how it varied with wind speed with wind shear. That's all this is showing. So if we look at the range that the turbines can possibly operate in, which is this top curve, because they will cut out at 25 meters per second, if you've got wind shear of 0.5, that 25 meters per second is just about at an actual 10-meter height wind speed. Now that is important because the conditions specified are that the noise shall be not exceeding 35 dB at actual 10-meter height wind speeds not exceeding 10 meters per second at the wind farm. That is what is being plotted here. And that is showing that in practical and realistic terms, once your wind shear gets above 0.5, you are never having wind farm noise at core glass at actual 10-meter height wind speeds as the conditions stipulate above 10 meters per second. And that's a very important point. And you can see the blue line at the bottom is cut in and what happens to how wind speed varies at the bottom. And the pink line that I put on there, that's the approximate upper boundary of that pink zone that you recall from the other figures. Right, we go back to this. I've already, in fact, discussed this briefly, that you have the average wind farm noise. If you apply GPG method, literally you ought to say from that you've got a problem. Now, this is the critical and important slide, and I might be able to talk to you if I can relieve. what this plot shows, let me just go through it. You've got the dashed green line at the bottom. That was that 0.46 wind shear line that bounded the bottom boundary of the big scatter plot. The next line we see on here are blue points with a line through them, and that is the calculated expected turbine noise according to ISO 9613-2, which Hayes Mackenzie assure us is absolutely accurate, within plus or minus 2 dB, something like that, and you don't get wind farm noise. You shouldn't get wind farm noise above that. So that's a very important point. Now, what have we actually got plotted on here? If we look at the dark green points, those points are what you get from the official monitoring at the times when Mr. Bonzio spot checked. Now, all he's doing is sampling, okay? So he sampled wind farm noise at that point. Now, what that ought to have done is told Hayes Mackenzie where to look in accordance with what ETSU tells you should be doing.
Can we just pause there?
Yes?
So the dark green circle are showing officially recorded wind farm noise, but at the times when Mr. Bonzio was recording. And they're not Mr. Bonzio's recordings.
They are not.
Right. Thank you. That's all I wanted to clarify.
So you can see the flag down. You can see them all here. You can see them here, up here. Here and over here. When you curve the data given by the manufacturer and given to us, stops at about that point, meters per second. Because, of course, if you're thinking in GBG terms, speeds up to 10 meters per second. And that keeps being repeated by Hayes. Sorry, I'm timing, but it's still quite important. That keeps being repeated by Hayes Mackenzie. That, well, it doesn't matter, it's only up to such and such a speed. But that's not true when the reality of wind shear is that everything up to cutout will be below 10 meters per second when the wind shear is high. So this horizontal line, when you get up to the rated power of the turbines, they're lesser. And that's what the horizontal line is in there. And you can see we're getting wind farm much better. Now, what are the other points? The other points on here are points from the official monitoring.
Coming here, this is about compliance, because this is to do with store-regulated turbines, not the turbines proposed at Paul's Hill 2. It cannot relate to Paul's Hill 2. I'm sorry.
May I comment? Yes, sorry. Right. In theory, Mr. Bully, yes. In one respect they are, but in the respect that I am presenting evidence here today, they are not. What we are talking about here, and the purpose of this is twofold. The first purpose of doing this is to demonstrate what actually happens in reality for a turbine calculated in accordance with the ISO method that Hayes Mackenzie says should be applied. And they're using that method to apply to the new turbines. What level that is immaterial. Whether it's the non-consented turbines and higher, whether it's the ordinary turbines and lower, it doesn't matter. I'm not dealing with compliance. I am only dealing with what is the reality, what is the noise that you get, and how does it compare to predictions. That is quite different, sir, and the reason for it is quite different to dealing with compliance. Compliance is an entirely different matter for Moray Council. I'm only dealing with, this is a full-scale test of what happens at cold glass, and the fact that they've got a noisier turbine in there can't be stored. It's immaterial. Got nothing to do with it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But only for one reason, sir.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
I think we understand now what the slide shows. I certainly do, which probably means most other people do, because I'm dim about this. So could we look at the next slide?
Yeah, in a minute. The only other thing, if I may, which I haven't talked about, is the curved line above the blue line that goes through the predictions. That is the calculated average of the noise that you actually get at core class. And that is 6 dB above the predictions. I shall move on.
Well, I think that's obvious from the legend, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. This slide is just in passing, and this is showing it deals with the fact that the turbines proposed for PH2 are considerably higher, and it shows what happens when your hub height increases. And you can see on here that we have got 58 meters, pretty much the PH1 hub height. And during the day, you're actually getting higher wind speeds. Higher wind speeds mean more noise. And at night, relative to daytime, it's lower. As your height increases, you find that the relative level of the nighttime noise and the daytime noise increases. So you're going to get proportionately more noise in the nighttime. And that's basically why developers are going for taller and taller turbines, because it captures more wind, but it also means more noise. And the relevance to what we're talking about, here is that at night time often is when you get the high wind shear. Right. This one is very similar to what we've seen before. In fact, it is what we've seen before. I shall move on. Oh, yeah. The only point I'll comment in passing, if I may, please. Yes, I just said at the Campbell, if I may, please, one comment I haven't made before, it is important. You will note that there are some results in this area. That is, these points here, are falling in half of that pink zone that we described. That's why that comment is important. And may I please also comment, there are very few points there, but these are just spot sampling. Mr. Bonzio isn't out there recording noise all the time that I can then link to the official monitoring. Thank you. The next slide is very important. It looks very similar. And what it is it looks at which points were actually when there was low-speed operation due to energy constraints. Because Hayes Mackenzie and the applicant are saying this is all about energy constraints when we operate the turbines in low-speed mode. Well, I'm sorry, the evidence does not support that. It is not. So if we look at
again, this is purely about compliance. It has to be. It's about grid curtailment and compliance.
What I'm interested in is whether the methodology is not sort of perfect rather than that's what I'm trying to take from this, is whether you're not going to find the problem using the methodology which doesn't come on. In fact, typically what they do, you're not going to get true accurate practice.
yes, sir.
Rather than using this as an example of
I said before, and it's absolutely the case, I am only doing this for that purpose, so we can understand, does the GPG method work? If it doesn't work, why doesn't it work? And what should we be doing? And the second point, sorry, and it is important, because I've been picked upon talking about energy constraint control, we need to understand what's happening at pH1 so we can understand pH2. And is low speed mode the answer? If it's the answer, then no, go home. But I can assure you, emphatically, it is not the answer. And I'm presenting the evidence for that. And what I'm saying now is directly relevant to what Dr. Mackenzie said yesterday, which Mr. Trimmick told me is what I should be doing. That's correct. Yeah. That's what I want to know from this. Okay. Why you say that? What's the evidence? What's the evidence? That's fine. That's exactly what I'm The orange triangles are low speed modes. And down here, it is essentially operating well about probably no, they're actually over 7 bars. So in effect, the low speed mode ones, they're following the general strategy for the results that are not in low speed mode. If we go up here, we can see some of the reference. They've also got some lows. So, we do have ones that fall on and agree with the ISO prediction. We have a lot. When we come up into this region, when we're at quite high, we're at high standardized pending speed, which means we're probably getting up towards the cutout. We're in the high range of the cutout. And yes, we do have high values with those people. But we also have here, and here, we have points that are not. That's all I have to say on that one. So, effectively, low speed mode, in my book, does not answer the problem. The next, what was this? So I can remember what this, right. This, okay. I beg your pardon. Sorry, I forgot to switch my phone at this point. Right. What the purpose of this slide is, again, it shows the 0.47 green line at the bottom. It shows this dotted line here is alpha of 0.3. And you will note that most of the points are above that. Now, I think what I think this is saying to us is when you get to an alpha of around 0.3, you have wind noise at a certain level, and we have our blue predicted turbine noise here. And when you add those two together, you move up by about 3 dB, which is exactly what is being shown here for the lower bound with that dotted 0.3 line. At least up to the point where the noise levels off. There are one or two lower points there, but that's the normal sort of scatter you get. So that's that one. Let's move on. Okay, now this one, again, is very similar, but what it does show on here is the shutdown points plotted. There is one odd one, a minimum that does plot low, but there's another one here which is it's exactly on the predicted line. So some of what happens does match, but again, some higher. So we'll move on. This plot is just illustrating what happens with higher turbines that are proposed for PH2 compared to the turbines we have here. Now, this is turbine hub speed against wind shear exponent. So again, we're looking at, in general, 0.5 and greater. So you see you're picking up this greater wind, which of course is why they're using higher turbines. They want more wind and more power. But you get cutout speed of 25 meters per second at quite a bit lower wind shear than you do for PH1. So there's going to be, what that means is you're going to have a lot more operation of the higher turbines within a range of wind speed that will wind shear that will happen more frequently compared to when we're at PH1 and operating in the higher hub height wind speeds up here. We're only going to hear that noise relatively rarely because it requires the higher wind shear exponents for us to experience that. But we are going to experience the greater noise from, we are going to experience the noise from, and I know they're quarter turbines, so before I am corrected by Mr. Trinick, they are quarter turbines, but they are going to be operating in their maximum rated power within a range of wind shear that occurs more frequently. And that's the point of that slide. Thank you. Right. What this slide is doing is it's showing you, it's what you've had before. It shows the average line here of 6 dB above predictions. And this orange line up here is really a reasonable line through the upper extreme of the points we've got. And please bear in mind, I repeat, these are only a few sampled points by Mr. Vonzio. So there may be a lot, in practice, maybe a lot more scatter around here. And there certainly is evidence there's a lot more scatter in the pink zone. I beg your pardon. I used to the first. So you will get in practice a lot more scatter around here. You also get a lot more scatter around the pink zone, which is something like that. We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, thank you. We're coming to the end, fortunately, but there is a purpose and there is a reason for this. This is the plot you've seen before of how the wind speed at the top varies with height depending on what the wind shear is. What I've plotted on the bottom is the practical rate at 3.5 meter height, which is where Mr. Fonzio is got on the property and monitor that height. And it's been recorded when we did this, what the wind speed is. That gives us a lot more information than we would normally have. I know it's tough to and there's all sorts of things I'm sure Mr. Fonzio will So that's a 4-meter height. This is it shown for 7-meter height, and you can see the standardized height there goes to about 2.2 meters per second at the 3.5 meters. The next one is when you go up to 14 meters per second at hub height, and you can see at the bottom, again, that short line where the standardized gives you the upper limit, and that's at a wind shear of 0.16, and that's to just over 2 meters per second. So the purpose of this, and what we're saying, is all of, you can see, and this is 25 meters per second, by the way, and it's same range. So you can understand that when you get high wind shear, it is matching what the resident has told us they are experiencing. Now this plot, all I've done, this is derived from those last plots I've shown you. It's taken the 10-meter height wind speed off the last plot. I've just gone across that line there against the different wind shears. Just so people understand it, just for context. What I've done, the 10 meters, but what I did is a wind shear of 1.5, wind shear of 1, and so on. And that's all I've put in. There's nothing magical here. So that's what this plot shows you. That as you, for any particular value of wind shear, how the actual 10-meter height, which is what X was asking you for, what the actual 10-meter height is. So the top one is the standardized. That's not where we're at in practice. 0.3, that red line there, that's where I showed you it just came from that plot. And what you might get, you might have some cases there where you've got a combination of a bit of wind noise and a turbine. And they do get that case occasionally. They have reported occasionally. As you go to higher wind shear, the green line, 0.5, the wind noise is fine. All they're hearing is wind turbines. And that's what those lines are. So, from that, derived directly from that, and using obviously, the 2018 measure background noise relationship, you can produce this. And what it shows, superimposed on that, which, again, the vertical axis is the noise. The horizontal is the hub height wind speed I've now shown. And you've got the blue lines there, which are the predicted wind farm noise. You've got the average noise that the previous plot I showed you with a sample of what happened when the iPhone sampling was, and it's 6 dB above that. And I've shown you that upper limit line that I showed, which is actually 16 dB above predictions. So basically all this is saying is under the conditions that apply at core glass, which will come on to, what you are getting in practice does exceed the ISO predictions. And there is a reason for it. And if I went back to that previous plot, I concluded there were a number of points that do match the ISO. There are two things happening when you get high wind shear. And this is important to understand, sir. There are two things happening when you get high wind shear. One is that when it's represented as a standardized wind speed, that is masking the fact that when you've got high wind shear, you've actually got very low wind speed near ground level and low noise. The second thing that happens is when you've got those conditions of high wind shear, what are the atmospheric conditions might you have applying? And when one goes back to the plot which I showed you before of that scatter, and I can go back to it if we need to. But the principle is there were points that did agree with the prediction, but there were an awful lot higher that didn't. And what I attribute that, and it's clearly in my report too, is I concluded before I saw the Swedish study, which I shall refer to in a minute, I concluded that it has to be the most likely explanation is thermal inversions. And if you go back to what Dr. Mackenzie himself wrote in the I think I'm correct in saying this, in the 2011 report he produced for DEC, it does mention in there atmospheric problems, and thermal inversions can cause differences, can cause deviations from the ISO prediction. So what I'm saying with a full-scale test case here, I am saying nothing else than what Dr. Mackenzie has himself said previously. I'm providing the evidence. I referred to a Swedish study, and I'm quite sure I will be interrogated on this at length. I'll just briefly say on it. The Swedish study measured 2 wind farms over a period of 2 years. And it monitored very carefully the noise at these receptors at different distances. I think the first one, I'm going from memory, so I must give Mr. Trinick something to pick me up on. But from memory, I think it's 800 meters for the first site. And the next one was, I think, 1,200, 1,500 meters. We can check that. But the point is, they monitored wind speeds at different heights, but they also monitored temperature at different heights. And that's crucially important. And what they found was at the first wind site, the one that was measured closer, it matched the normal predictions. At the second one, which was further away, they found that it was not an average, but a median of 6 dB higher than the predictions. Okay, so that is matching broadly what we're finding at Cold Glass. That, to me, is supporting that it's a problem of thermal inversions that is causing noise to be above the ISO predictions. And that's all I'm saying. It's got nothing to do with compliance. It's got to do with understanding what is actually happening so we can understand what to expect from PH2 as well. Yeah.
2 more slides, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm nearly there. What was this one? All this is, it's added at the bottom what the wind noise would be at a wind shear alpha of 0.8. And the reason 0.8 is the average wind speed, Mr. Bonzio, average wind shear, effectively, from Mr. Bonzio's readings at the 3.5 meter level. When I translate that into wind shear, it's alpha of 0.8. And the point of that is it's considerably below the predictions. And when you're more than 10 dB below, you can ignore the other noise. So it's, in practical terms, it's all wind farm noise when you're at these higher wind shear levels. And the final slide is a plot on the vertical axis of the wind shear exponent alpha against the 3.5 meter high wind speed where Mr. Bonzio measured at the site. And you can see how the points plot. And as we go from starting at 2, which was the maximum that his values equated to, as we go lower and lower, we go along like that, and then we sorry, height, sorry. I said the wrong thing. That's a 2 meters per second wind speed at that level, which is called the maximum view recording. And as you come along, so that is consistent with the length of the file. As you come along, you get higher and higher wind speed. You then start to come up there, and the height will increase. Now, if you recall the slide I put earlier on, this is a picture which is totally consistent with that, with general experience. So that comes to the end of my presentation, sir. I hope it's been helpful. I hope it's been clear, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
I have some supplementary questions. You return to your nest. Would you be disposed to take a break now? I think about 20 minutes. No, it's up to you. I'm just, you tell me. Can I just check with the witness that you're happy to proceed?
What are you proceeding with, Mr. Camberton?
I'm proceeding to ask you some questions.
Yes.
But you may need a break, and if you want a break, you should say so. I beg your pardon?
Pardon?
10 minutes, right. If I may repeat the injunction to brevity where possible, because time is not on our side. Could we begin by just asking me something about yourself? Clearly we're in the midst of a number of well-experienced wind farm developers, practitioners, lawyers, people acquainted with renewable energy considerations. You told us you were a chartered civil engineer. So it may be put to you that in the field of acoustics, you don't have the disciplinary pedigree which you might need in order to counter somebody as experienced as Dr. Mackenzie and Hayes Mackenzie. What do you say to that?
Absolutely. To take a leaf out of Mr. Trinick's book, there's a short answer and a long answer.
Could we have the short one to start with?
Absolutely. I had next to no experience, noise from wind farm, prior to the 1940s. So, quite open. My experience has been gathered entirely since then. Next is a necessarily long answer. I'm a civil engineer specializing in geotechnical engineering. I'm familiar with the principles of reflection and refraction from seismic geophysical surveys to determine what lies beneath the ground. Now, seismic surveys and noise propagation are both about vibration and how waves of energy are transmitted through differing media, just the same as noise transmission. I've worked for consulting engineers and actually for many years for about 80, the UK's largest civil engineering contractor, where I was design and geotechnical manager for the major projects division. In this role, thinking laterally and challenging designs and advice that we received from consulting engineers was key. I've been involved with major projects worldwide, 2 examples of which are the Virgil Arab Hotel in Dubai, the one that's on the island in the sea, and the Karanuka hydroelectric project in Ireland. So what have these got to do with noise from wind farms? Well, each such project involves investigating the unknown, based often on limited data, requiring original thought to interpret and understand the controlling engineering properties and plans of the ground. Those principles are the same, I put it to you on the noise. The Dubai Hotel required a 10-meter deep excavation for a basement larger than sea level. Sheikh Maktoum's British consulting engineers, Atkins, had argued with the site team for over a year about how to stop the water coming into the investigation. Charles from Manchester. The Sheikh was putting on pressure as the program was tight and part of the BDCO was concerned. I took the responsibility for a simple solution at our risk and authorized to start on excavation before the cut-off was complete. it works. One effect. Second, I'll be brief. Iceland is a highly active volcanic hotspot. The hydroelectric project required tunneling by tunnel boring machines into the chronically active faulted ground, heavily broken reef tops, high water pressure. We were in joint ventures to tender with a French company with experience in tunnel boring machines that got stuck, moderately comparable ground movement in South America. I had no personal experience. What about of such hard work company? The French company pulled out because of concern over the risk. I advised our directors that I had confidence the job could be done and gave the reasons why. And Balfour Beatty continued with the tender on their own. We didn't get the job, someone else did, but the tunnel was successfully completed. That's my advice. The point in all this is that I am used to assessing problems of which I do not necessarily have full personal experience. I'm also used to taking responsibility. Understanding noise from PH1, in order to understand what can be expected for PH2, requires three key attributes: a basic knowledge of physics, the capacity for clear, logical thinking, and the ability to explain complex matters simply. I am not average. I am one of 0.5% foreign cadets who went to the prestigious and highly selected USMA, United States Military Academy at West Point, the oldest engineering university in the USA. West Point trains the elite of the US Army Officer Corps. Grades from testing in all subjects were published monthly. Out of an intake of over 1,000, I was #1 in physics. In an English-based course for philosophy, religion, and science, of which logical thinking was key, I varied between #1 and #2 course. That's all very well, but how can I justify challenging the constituents with decades of experience who have sat on committees deciding how these things should be done? Well, years and years doing the same thing does indeed make you highly experienced at doing that same thing the same way. Whether that is the right way is an entirely different question. I'll give you one final example. When Balfour Beatty bid for the £1 billion contract to widen the M25 around the north of London, construction of retaining walls was key. We retained advisors from a number of different companies in different disciplines to find the best solution. No one could come up with anything cheaper than a simple steel sheet-power retaining wall. This is the type of corrugated steel wall you probably see along riverbanks now so far. After much thought, I came up with a solution that saved, I take it everybody can hear me, that saved typically 40% of the steel normally used in such walls, and most importantly, speeded up the construction by half 2 to 4 times. We have described that solution as a revolution in 120 years of street piling practice. It is inherently simple, but no one had thought of it for 120 years. And it is patented. So I put it to you, perfectly capable of looking carefully, as I have done, at a situation and coming up with a different approach that I have clearly shown is far more logical and complies with the original FC conditions. I hope this rather long answer gives you an idea of why I feel I can stand here. Complete new but simple and clear way of assessing the motion of wind farms. It is logical, scientific, and totally evidence-based.
Thank you. Now, your inquiry report and your recognition, which is supplementary to it, sets out the methodology which you've employed, and you have been at some pains today to explain it by reference to graphs. So I don't want to go through it again, because that would take up time. Can I ask you, though, you adhere, do you, to the description of your own methodology in your inquiry report?
Yes.
Thank you. Can we move on to something else, rather than re-describe your methodology?
Absolutely.
Yeah. The question of LiDAR was raised by you in an interrogative way in your recognition, something you said you might come back to. Now, what is LiDAR?
LiDAR is quite simply a machine that uses laser, and it bounces laser waves into the air, and you get a reflection of dust particles that are moving at different heights within the atmosphere. And from the recording and the bouncing back of that, you get an indication of the wind speed. And that's a very simplified answer, because I'm not a LiDAR expert, but that is basically what it does.
So it's a mechanism for measuring wind speed at height without an anemometer.
It is indeed. Yes.
And should
it is used widely. It is reliable in terms of not questioning the reliability of the method itself.
I wanted to ask you if you have any idea of the confidence level that we can express in LiDAR readings.
I believe there is a relatively high confidence level in the readings, and that is why LiDAR is often used by wind developers for looking at the wind resources over a period of time, because that tells them what they can expect on average at any particular height and location.
And I think you've seen some LiDAR results provided somewhat later in the day, but provided nevertheless by the applicants.
I have. And from a very early stage, I've emphasized, because I've had two versions of my report, and I emphasized that I consider something is wrong with the LiDAR results that I got, and they are incompatible with what I would expect for a typical UK site, and incompatible with my analysis model. And if you recall my explanation, my analysis model is nothing other than the simple wind-noise relationship that was consistent with ETSU, put into accepted equations, and outcomes, nothing magical. So the LiDAR results that I got are incompatible, as I say, with the general results and with my analysis model. They do not agree with the wind shear values calculated directly from the shutdown data.
At this point, I'm going to stop.
Yep.
Because it wasn't taken from Dr. Mackenzie, and I'm anticipating an objection, which we would not be able to meet. So let's leave that there for the moment, if we may. I picked up Dr. Mackenzie, I don't remember now whether it was in his oral evidence or in recognition, criticizing your use of straight line relationships for wind noise.
Yes. Okay.
Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I do. Ideally, I'd have a slide to hand illustrate it, but...
Never mind the slide. Let's just try and do it.
Rightly, so
Try and do it succinctly, if you would, please.
I will. Doing that? Sorry, here's the graph. Here's the graph. And here is lots of dots going up the scale as we get higher noise, higher speed, and you get static. If you take the 2001 results that Mackenzie did, they've got a fancy exponential curve on there, but if you actually put a straight line, a clear straight line over it, it's pretty much a straight line. Now, and that applies right throughout the landscape. In a lot of cases, when you get up to the top, you often see these plots where you get these fancy curve relationships and they curve off. Now, why are they curving? And I think that one of the reasons, when you get to higher and higher speeds, remember, wherever you are, when you're above that average line, there is a massive step. But when you get up to the very top, you are not actually getting to the top. Things are leveling off. So some of the points up there, we no longer have tend to curve up. The results tend to curve up. I mean, what is actually happening down there, I suggest, is sorry, I'm only going on quite a bit. So, in fact, what's happening down there is if you're in that point near the afternoon where you are getting you've got high wind shear, so you're having higher wind lower down. You're actually potentially getting more noise out of trees at a lower level, and you're getting odd things happening. But it doesn't actually matter down here. And I think people who put fancy relationships through those are just kidding themselves, because all you're interested in is the range over which the turbine operates. And over that range, you've got straight lines.
So that's your explanation for using straight line relationships. Now, part of what we've heard from you, of course, has been critical of the Institute of Acoustics Good Practice Guide approach, which Dr. Mackenzie told us yesterday was devised to elucidate and explain and resolve, according to him, difficulties with ETSU, which was published in 1996. Yeah? You are critical of the approach taken by this guidance. We've established, I think, that it is just guidance and it's issued by a professional institute. We've established, I think, that it may be referred to by government guidance but is not adopted formally as such. Are you able to summarize for us your criticism? The basis of your, beg your pardon, the basis of your criticism of the GPG approach.
Absolutely. My criticism is quite simple. The ETSU started off by comparing both the noise at the turbine and the noise at the receptor to a 10-meter high height wind speed at the wind farm. The reason for choosing 10-meter height was historical, for various reasons, because the Met Office often quotes wind speeds of 10 meters high.
Sorry.
I thought I was trying that. Just giving an right, okay. ETSU's 10-meter height wind speed was far more relevant to the background noise that needs to be subtracted from the ambient noise that you measure at the receptor. You can only determine what the external noise coming in, the value of it, by subtracting logarithmically the noise which is your background. So you need to know the wind speed that causes that. That's where your background noise in the rural area comes from. The GPG changed that to effectively, as Dr. Mackenzie said yesterday, relating everything to hub height wind speed, which is effectively what a standardized 10-meter high wind speed is. So that's the wind speed all the way up there. Yes, that tells you what's happening at the turbines, which is brilliant, but that's not what we want to know at the receptor. We want to know what's happening down here, what's disturbing the neighbors. That's what's wrong with the GPG. And the averaging method that they use, if you remember my plot of a range of lines, they've got an average through the middle of that. That's not where the problem is. We've told people here, we've told Dr. Mackenzie, that this problem at core glass typically happens about 10% of the time when the wind shear near ground level is low. So there is no point using an average line that is representative of conditions over 90%. We don't hear any noise. Quite simple. Looking for the wrong thing in the wrong place. Now, back to the GPG, basically. As I said earlier, it's got a method in there for measuring wind speed anemometers at 2 heights two heights, which you can then, using the wind shear equation, get the hub height wind speed from. But you can also do that in reverse and get the wind speed at ground level. You can do that for every single 10-minute reading you're doing on a site. And instead of all this plotting nonsense, you can plot the actual 10-meter height wind farm noise after subtraction of that background noise on the plot you've got. So the person who is advising the operator, he knows not just one thing about his noise that he's generating, he knows everything. What is it causing at the receptor and why? What is the input?
He knows the source. He knows the receptor,
yes.
And obviously he knows the difference by way of subtraction.
Yeah, he knows the wind shear, which is
Yeah.
what connects those two.
Okay, right, I understand. Now, would you find, please, slide number 8 in the sequence that you've just talked about? Not figure 8, but it's the 8th page.
The 8th, the
Well, it'd be the 10th page because there are 2 pages of text. Have you got this yet?
I was about to say, I don't actually have the revised 37 or whatever it was slides. All I actually have are the...
Can I just show you this one?
Right, yep.
Right, now make sure I have the same one so others can see.
Well, if you put it on the screen, I'll tell you if it's the same one.
All right, tell me when I've got to it, please.
Yeah, that one. Go back.
This one,
Go back.
that one.
Yeah. Should be... No, I'm
No.
sorry. I'm sorry. Keep
That
going
one.
back. No, keep going back.
Oh, back, the other way.
No. Back to the beginning. There.
Oh, the one with this one, with the explanation notes on it, is it?
Keep going back. It's shorn of complications, that particular drawing. I just want to ask you a question or two about the so-called pink zone, which you have made something of it in your inquiry report and in your evidence. What does the evidence about the pink zone show, first of all?
Well, the evidence about the pink zone, well, as I said, when I produced this slide initially, I had no detailed results at all. When I got the detailed results, they came in 2 forms. We had the raw data, which is the wind speeds measured at the nacelles on the turbines.
Yes, indeed, I know. I understand that.
And not until a late stage in the operation, but I plotted that data with the nacelle stuff. And yes, we had results that fell into this pink zone in the same fashion.
But my question is, why is it important? My question is, why is it important?
It's important because that zone is showing you results which do not make sense unless they are wind turbine noise. Because the wind shear, for them to be actually wind noise, means that the wind shear would be exceptionally low. They would have to occur typically in an afternoon, which is when you get the very low results, but they would be much lower than the LiDAR results suggest to get in there.
Did you see a corresponding set of plots on the LiDAR data?
Well, I only plotted that at a late stage, and when I plotted directly from the LiDAR results, when I related noise to the wind speeds, the standardized wind speeds in the LiDAR set of data, a lot of the points in that pink zone disappeared. In effect, it looked as if they were all shifted to the right.
Can you account for that?
I cannot easily account for that. I did then look on a comparative basis between the wind speeds that are in there, and in the raw data, and the wind speeds at which the noise plotted. a lot of them were shifted to the right. And the ones that were very much in this pink zone had a higher ratio of how much the shift was pushed over to the right. So basically, the LiDAR data results and the raw data results do not match. The LiDAR data results, this zone that would clearly, to me, be wind turbine noise, they disappear.
Could that be the, forgive me, relative unreliability of LiDAR?
Well,
no, Mr. Trinity is quite right. I would
No,
go
we're
quick.
doing orally what the slides were going to do. I'm sorry. No, this is new.
yep, sure. Yes, I have indeed. I noted that, Dr. Mackenzie, saying that. I have indeed. And I've listened to a number of different ones. What I've specifically done is I've listened to noise at a level of 50 dB, so at the top end of that range that we've actually got results. I've listened to ones that fell into that zone when they were during the shutdown. So they are only wind noise. I've then also listened to ones that came up at that level when we think and know that it's indications of wind turbine noise because of the iPhone sampling, right? And these are the official monitoring, obviously, recordings. If you just go straight to a recording and you don't do a comparative listening, it can be difficult to know, oh, this is definitely turbine noise. You've got to get your ear into it. If you do it in that fashion and you listen to the normal background noise of wind and you listen to ones like that, the difference is actually clear. And of course, when you pick ones that happen at that time, you know that it's impossible for that to be wind farm noise because the wind noise at the site simply wasn't high enough. Oh, and one, sorry, I should answer. One of those that I listened to was on the date that Mr. Trinick didn't wish us to provide results to, but I am being asked, have I listened to noise? And my answer is, am I allowed to answer that or not?
Further on that, I think I've got the point.
Yeah.
If there are cross-examination questions about this, we use it in re-examination. All right?
Fine, thank you.
Okay. Thinking for a minute about the background noise measurements of 2001, which I characterized yesterday as 18 years old, do you have any reservations about the use of that data?
I do.
Is it possible to express them briefly?
Yes. May I have a sip and may I pull up my notes, please?
Of course.
Let's start. So the first point was, I mentioned, in Dr. Mackenzie's inquiry report, referring to prescribed noise conditions, he states, such conditions require measurements to be commissioned by the site operator on request from the planning authority following any complaint by a member of the public or from a member of the public. No such process was initiated in 2001. EHO was not involved in approving any background monitoring, and the monitoring suffered from a facts are, in 2001, Natural Power elected to carry out background noise monitoring programs, although this was not required for the simplified electricity limit on which they sought consent.
So far, forgive me, I don't hear any reservations about the date.
They're coming. I am setting the scene, Mr. Campbell, which is important, in my opinion. Hayes Mackenzie failed to follow the SUR 97 procedure. The first objection, by the way, I think is relevant because the DHO is not involved in agreeing the procedure and the location. So
This is new material. I'm sorry.
Just move on, Mr. Baker.
HM reported background noise related to 10-metre high wind speed by correcting 20-metre high wind speed using an approximate formula corresponding to wind chill slightly lower than the 0.16 degree dB standard correction. In accordance with 1.2.2 on page 100 of the DPD.
This does sound like this hasn't featured in your written evidence. I don't recall it anyway, unless you can direct me to it specifically. You need to confine yourself to points that you've already given fair warning of.
I understand. Let me try and do that, please. Yeah. Yes, I have. I have reservations. Those reservations are conditions change. Trees grow, trees are chopped down, all sorts of things happen. And those reservations were expressed to me by the applicant and by Hayes Mackenzie when I suggested use of this. They've changed their taxing for reasons I explained earlier. I'll try and confine myself to things that are, I think I can do this, that are already in the report or in the information they themselves have tabled. They did not measure or correct terrain, and that is in one of the additional documents they submitted. They made it clear. Now that is not normal procedure. So it underlies that the original 2001, which was done without DHO involvement, to my knowledge, I can stand corrected on that, but I'm advised by Mr. Bonzo Wilson. It made no mention of problems with an anemometer giving incorrect wind speed direction. The original report didn't say anything about that. Highly irregular. If you've got a problem with one of your key pieces of equipment, your report should state it. They did not. It's a claim that's only made now after I pointed out that the wind directions were inappropriate. That was all in information submitted. I think I have to leave it at that. Yes, just let me get my other point. Make sure, no, I'm not finished. The other point I have made is about it being 2 meters away from trees, and I think that's clear from what I said before. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Speed operation as a solution. Let me ask the question before you answer it, please. You recall the hypothesis which was, again, relatively recently advanced by the applicants as a solution for any potential exceedances. I think your recognition, when you read it yesterday, used the word debunked. Maybe in your report, and forgive me, I don't remember. Yeah. And I think the proposition which you advance, if I hope I paraphrase you correctly, is that the low-speed explanation for greater noise from Paul's Hill 1 has been debunked.
Yeah.
Now, this is not a compliance question before my learned friend interrupts me. It's an understanding or an attempt to understand what's happening at Paul's Hill 1. Why? The word debunked, I think,
It's strong, yes.
it's a strong word, and it means rubbished or consigned to history. Why do you say that?
I say that this has been advanced as the reason for all this excess noise at coal gas, and it's nothing to do with compliance, before I'm corrected. It is everything to do with understanding, as I've been saying. And if we don't have the correct understanding,
So I'll ask you to rule on this, and let me give you the reasons. But we have stall-regulated machines at Cordlas, which is what gives rise to the issue which we believe is being corrected. We'll see what the EHO says. It can go no further than that because it is machine-specific. And the turbines proposed for Paul's Hill 2 will not be stall-regulated. They're pitch-regulated variable speed. Therefore, this point can only go to compliance. It can go nowhere else. You say understanding what happened at Paul's Hill 1 is important for the inquiry, only insofar as it can relate to what may happen at Paul's Hill 2. These machines are different. It's a pure compliance point, however it's dressed up.
Where I think he was going, if what I want to get to, and which I will be asking if Mr. Campbell doesn't, is what I take from Mr. Baker, your evidence was that at some points when there was a problem, there was no stall regulation, or there would not have been stall regulation because there wasn't a constraint being imposed, and that suggests there is something else going on. That's what I want to get. I don't really care about what the problems that appear to be with the means of control on Paul's Hill 1 turbines. What I want to know is if these other periods when there wasn't a constraint on the site and yet there was a high degree of noise, you say, that's what I want to understand, what you say the problem is, what's causing that, which I want to hear about that. I don't want to hear about Paul's Hill 1 turbines per se because nobody's going to use those anymore. But
Paul's Hill is going to continue using it.
If I may say so, that's the question is the other side of the coin. You're asking what causes or what might cause exceedance. I'm asking you about why the low speed rotation is, the theory has been debunked, so it's the negative side of it. But taking on board the reporter's question,
I think I can go straight to that.
Again, succinctly, if the objection's finished, I just don't want to interrupt if you've got more to say. Please, will you deal with the reporter's question?
You're absolutely right. And that is the whole point. So, within the 11 days where Mr. Bonzio sampled, and again I stress only sampled in those problems, only on 4 of those 11 days were low-speed energy constraints in operation. Therefore, that cannot explain the whole spectrum I showed on that plot of noise which substantially exceeds that predicted by the ISO method. And the point, again, is nothing to do with the specific turbines used there. Once we decide it's not low-speed operation, it's nothing to do with specific turbines. It's everything to do with there are conditions applying there, atmospheric conditions, which mean that the predictions from the ISO method in those circumstances of high winds here do not, they're not accurate. You get much higher noise. And the same thing, until proven different, the same thing is to be expected from the noise from PH2 turbines when they are predicted in accordance with the ISO method. I hope that's quite clear. Now, I haven't finished on the energy constraint. The other thing I am advised is that the whole business of energy constraint restrictions and asking wind farms to cut down in response to payment didn't start until 2017. The Bonzios have been experiencing wind farm noise in these conditions of low wind speed near ground level since inception. And I'm sure at some point that it's going to be asked. I will answer the question now. Why didn't they complain? Well, you know, these are average these are average people. They're told there is a limit. They're told these things have been designed properly, and they think that the noise they're hearing is something to be expected. That they've just got to put up with it. And it was not until the proposal to put these extra turbines much closer, their concern then came that the added noise there, added to the previous, would make it quite intolerable. So that's the historical answer on that before I'm asked. It is in my report, on one of my earlier reports, that time. But the point is, there were no energy constraints over all that period before 2017, so that cannot be the answer. I do have one other comment.
If I may just ask you another question.
It's related to that, yeah, or not?
Just let me ask the question and we'll see. A production from the applicants of relatively recent date is a letter from Fred Olsen Renewables Limited, who are not the applicant, but apparently are the parent of the applicant, or maybe the parent of the applicant. And that inter alia says that the wind farm will be shut off and that the problem is solved, if I put it crudely. So two things there. Will, in your opinion, the shutting off of Paul's Hill 1 have the desired effect? And secondly, is the problem solved?
Well, first question, yes, it will have the desired effect of making no noise when they shut the whole wind farm down. When and where they do that is another question, but the evidence is that lots of other times when you have high wind shear, you will be getting this noise, so it does not address the problem. That letter, and my understanding is, I've seen evidence that yes, they applied to the national grid, and they agreed that they would only operate the wind farm on energy constraints by shutting the whole thing down. They made the application for that, and they made it before that letter went in. However, they then reverted after that letter back to the original condition where National Grid could ask them to shut down on a partial basis only. Sorry.
I think this is very much about Paul's Hill 1 and compliance. I'm not, to be honest, I'm not that interested in Paul's Hill 1.
Yes, it's just showing the answer doesn't do it. And they moved away from that.
And 10 seconds short of midday, I'm finished. Thank you very much for your questions.
Okay.
Sir, I'm obliged to you and my learned friend for a certain amount of indulgence. I'm sorry that inevitably examination on a complex topic has taken longer than it should have done, but I hope my learned friend will not feel disadvantaged.
Mr. Trinick, would you prefer to get straight on with your cross, or do you want to take lunch now? It's 12, and then do it straight. Now, thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Baker. I think the documents you'll need for this examination will probably be those you'll naturally... Are you operating just purely electronically? Or?
I'm going to rely on Mr. Campbell.
Okay, well, in that case I'll notify the ones that's probably a good idea to have.
I have 7 through to 17 here, and Mr. Martin has kindly provided me with a file.
So that's good, that's good. There's one more I'm going to ask somebody to just hand over. It's CD 413, so you'll just need that. 413, it's the online guidance. Online guidance. That venerable document. Well, no, that's for the witness, because I know you wouldn't. Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
I thought you would have had it on there, so that's fine. Yeah. Of course. No, you don't need it immediately. No. It's just one that it wouldn't naturally occur to you for this topic, so I'll notify it.
Right.
Go away. Okay. Dr. Baker, am I right? Is this the first time you've given evidence at a planning inquiry?
It's the first time I've given evidence at a planning inquiry. It's not the first time I've appeared as an expert witness. I have done so in an arbitration.
Thank you.
Sorry, can everyone here at the end? Is this working all right? Thank you.
Actually, that's a good question. So you have to answer this. Can we be heard if both our lights are on? You can. That's fine. Okay, well, that's helpful to know. Thank you. All right. Now, I'm going to start with a topic I want to get out of the way, frankly, and that is what you say about Dr. Mackenzie. I don't mind you. We don't mind you challenging his evidence at all. I mean, whether you're an engineer, a member of the public, or whatever, anyone's entitled to challenge technical evidence. That's perfectly all right. We don't mind. But the spirit in which it's done, that I think does matter. So would you go to your precognition, please? And the paragraph 16, and I'm talking about the amended precognition clearly, although I would note, sir, in passing, that the first version of the precognition was republished with the second version because we were sent track changes as well as a clean version. So what we regard as unpleasant material in the original precognition was republished. I think, though, on the website, we only have the clean version of the second precognition. I would hope. Well, okay, let's hope it is. In paragraph 16, you use the phrase arguably unprofessional. On paragraph 21, you say that I present evidence showing that HM are, in my opinion, either biased towards the applicant's interests or lack the degree of competence required adequately to recognise and investigate, etc. Then you've got paragraph 23, contains disingenuous statements. And paragraph 29 repeats the word disingenuous. Now, disingenuous means not candid or sincere. I'm going to ask you direct. Do you accuse Dr. Mackenzie of not telling the truth?
I do not accuse Dr. Mackenzie of anything. I merely state what, in my professional opinion, is the situation that I see from a report that, over my many years of experience of dealing with consultants' reports, I cannot, in all honesty, with certain statements in there, I cannot reconcile them with a combination of a completely impartial assessment and a highly professional assessment. And I do very carefully in my inquiry report define what I mean by certain terms, and one of those terms is corporate incompetence. And I do define that very, very carefully, and I do stand by it.
Can I come back to my question, please? Do you accuse Dr. Mackenzie of lying? Yes or no, please?
put that way? No, because I cannot say what is in Dr. Mackenzie's mind when he writes things. He may simply not have thought the way he ought to think in.
I see. Do you accuse Dr. Mackenzie, I think you do, of incompetence and bias?
I do, in respect of the very careful definition that I have put in my report as what I consider potentially corporate incompetence would be. And I can find the report, of course, and we can go to that if you would like. But it is very clearly defined in there. And it's in that context. And answering your question, certain of the things which are in the report can only be explained as there is either bias in favour of the applicant in the statement that comes out, or there is corporate incompetence. I do not recognise a competent professional assessment coming through in some of the statements on which I've commented.
All right.
That's the best way I can describe it.
Okay. Were you thinking when you wrote these words that, yes, these are aimed at a fellow of the Institute of Acoustics? I mean, did you have that in... Did you have in mind when you wrote these words that they were aimed at a fellow of the Institute of Acoustics?
I'm perfectly aware of Dr. Mackenzie's standing and Dr. Mackenzie being a member or indeed a fellow of the Institute of Acoustics. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And you can see where I'm coming from, which is a position of great disappointment that we see this language in the evidence of a professional witness. I can just give you a pause for a few seconds to reflect and decide whether you feel any apology is due to Dr. Mackenzie before we go on with the evidence. I'll stop and stop and allow you to reflect. That means silence. Reflect and then reply.
How long in silence would you like, sir?
There's no need to behave like that. Dr. Baker, would you please deal with my point?
Mr. Baker, Mr. Trinick, please, let's get that correct. Right, I have reflected, and I reflected very carefully and very hard. I do not write comments such as I write in my report lightly. They are carefully thought about. And I have given the reasons in my report where I have formed that judgment and said what I have said. And one of the prime ones at the beginning is that Dr. Mackenzie says in the report that, in effect, that he cannot distinguish between wind noise and wind turbine noise at Coglass, because there's a lot of variation, the signal-to-noise ratio, as we heard yesterday, all of that. And yet, and also, he describes in another report the results as being ambiguous. Ambiguous means exactly what he's just said the first time round. He cannot distinguish. Now, as a professional, how can you admit in one sentence that you cannot distinguish and then in the same sentence say, but there is no evidence, there isn't wind turbine noise at Coglass? Now, what you're doing there as an independent expert, you are providing an assurance based on your knowledge and experience that most people, this inquiry, the reporter, the EHO, would all expect to be able to rely on. And if they didn't have an awkward, I won't use the term, an awkward so-and-so like me, who doesn't come along often, advising the residents, then what he says would be taken as gospel. And that is applying to a case where we have seen that noise is substantially above that, including their own predictions for the noisier turbine that's been installed.
You see,
Those are the facts.
No, stopping there. Where this goes, you see, is here, that your recognition and your report use phrases like conclusively debunk, established unambiguously, breaking new ground in deriving background noise relationship, and, wait please, and paragraph 30 of your recognition, scientifically rigorous, impartial. I'd use another word for it. It's hardly dispassionate and certainly arrogant, Mr. Baker. That's your approach. You cannot conceive that you could be wrong.
Of course I concede I can be wrong. I can be wrong in many things. However, I appear here as an expert for Mr. and Mrs. Bonzio. And I have explained the basis on which I've presented evidence. I have explained very carefully what that evidence is, step by step. And in my opinion, it all hangs together scientifically very well, apart, of course, from a problem we have touched on of the LiDAR results, which I do not believe are correct for whatever unexplained reason. Yes, I stand by my opinion, but my opinion and what I have said is based on a straightforward scientific approach.
Right.
And if I may, I haven't finished my answer, sir.
Mm-hmm.
If I may contrast that with the statements in Dr. Mackenzie's report, they are not evidence-based, but they are given with a certainty that many receptors, not challenged by someone like myself, would accept as gospel because he is the expert. And there's no question he's an expert. All he has done for the 30 years of his
I'm going to
career.
stop you because
Okay.
no, I'm going to stop you because
That's
your
fine.
answer will go on and on, and that's enough. Thank you. I have your answer. I have your attitude. I have two more questions on this point.
I don't have an attitude, sir. I just have an attitude that's
So
based
would you
on the
please
truth.
answer my next question, which is simply a factual one. The reason for asking it, that Mr. Campbell may appreciate, are you being paid to be here?
I am not being paid to be here at the moment. I will expect to be paid to be here if there is any grounds on which Mr. and Mrs. Bonzio can be recompensed for anything that is not appropriate.
So the answer to my question is no. So that
I'm not being paid at the moment. That
no.
does not
All right.
mean
Thank
I am
you.
not.
It's a straightforward answer. No, you're not being paid to be here. And therefore, I have to suggest, for the reporter's note, that far from being an impartial, independent, dispassionate witness, you're actually just an advocate for your client.
Mr. Trinnick, I take great exception to that. Let me say very clearly to this inquiry, I am not impartial. I am entirely partial. And what I'm partial towards is to getting at the truth in a scientific manner which can be demonstrated and supported by hard evidence. That is what I have done. Sir, I consider it a misunderstanding of everything you've listened to and an insult to suggest otherwise what you have done. Thank
Let's
you.
move on, please, to your preface to your inquiry report now, at page 5. Where you deal with... yes, the inquiry report. At page 5. Where you deal with a number
I'm
of
getting to it.
matters.
Could I ask you a favour, sir? Could you give me one, just to help me electronically, if you could give me 3 keywords together, then I'll get exactly to where you want every time you want it.
What are
Just
the
on
3
search.
keywords you want?
Not anything that's in the paragraph you want me to look at.
So you want...
I'll search, yes.
well, there is page number, there's no
Oh,
paragraph
all right,
number,
all right.
so,
Or if you tell me the section number, I get to that straight away. 3 preface, okay.
3 preface,
Yeah.
page 5. But
Right.
can I just, it's going to be, if I can go by page number, it's going to be a lot easier. Do you have page numbers, Mr. Baker?
I do. But if you give me the section you want,
All right.
I'll go straight to it.
I'll do the best I can. If I
Yeah,
forget,
okay. No, that's
let me
fine.
know.
Thank you for your cooperation, sir.
Okay. Here you give evidence on a mixture of, well, there's quite a lot of law and policy in here. I mean, you wrote this section yourself without assistance, did you?
I did entirely, including all references to anything legal-wise. Of course, my counsel has looked at it and minor correction only anywhere. One thing of policy which he did add was the reference to the Scottish circular that ties in what it requires directly with ETSU.
I just want to try one thing out before we get into what you actually say. The IOA GPG and whether or not it's referenced in guidance, I could use that neutral word rather than policy or technical guidance. If we go to CD 413, now this is the May 28, 2014 online guidance for onshore wind farms.
I don't need to look at it, I know it.
Well,
Thank you.
know it by heart.
No, sorry, I was just
certainly
answering
don't.
my counsel. I beg your pardon.
All right. The fact is, knowledge is 5 years old, but it's still current, it's still there, it's still guidance from the government. And if we go a few pages into it, you'll see what it says about the IOA. I can't give you a page number. It's 1, 2, 3. It fits the 7th page. 7th, yes. It starts the page on April 6, 2011, but if you're online, that may not help you at all.
Mm-hmm. I'm finding something else while you do that. Thank you.
It's the page starts on April 6, that's the one. And the third paragraph down is the one I'm after, since we are talking about not just technical evidence but policy. You see it says the Institute of Acoustics has since published Good Practice Guide to the application of ETSU for the assessment and rating of wind farm noise. That's document CD72, which is for the inquiry. The document provides significant support on technical issues to all users of the ETSU method for rating and assessing wind turbine noise, and should be used by all IOA members and those undertaking assessments to ETSU R97. The Scottish Government accepts the guide represents current industry good practice. I'm not asking you whether you agree with this or not, because I know you disagree with the GPG, but can we at least agree that that is what government guidance says about the document?
No, we cannot agree that, sir.
Oh.
I will tell you what we can agree.
Say again.
I will tell you what we can agree. We can agree that in 2014, that is what the government said, and they recognized that as being good practice. Now, government bodies and civil servants are not really equipped to, and it's not their role to say, with respect, to say what is actually good practice amongst industry. The people who define good practice are the practitioners. Now, at the time they did that in 2014, at the time they did that in 2014, it was a perfectly reasonable thing to do because the GPG had assessed this issue, and the GPG gave what they thought in good faith was good practice at the time, and the government endorsed that. That was good practice 5 years ago. Now, good practice evolves. And how does good practice evolve? It evolves by people learning from experiences and presentation such as I have made today. Now, what you've actually heard today and what's in my report, to be quite frank, is the equivalent of an MSc research project or similar. It required that amount of thought and input and research. And it is evidence-based, as I have
I am going to stop you there. I've got your point. You're saying time moves on and things.
That's right, yeah.
But
What is good practice changes.
Let's leave your answer at that, shall we?
Certainly.
But I'm just simply drawing this to the inquiry's attention because there has been discussion in the inquiry before about whether or not this document is referred to in government guidance. We now see it is, and I don't believe, unless Mr. Campbell tells me differently, this document's been withdrawn.
No, I'm quite happy to accept that.
Okay,
The question was mine and it was a mistake, but it's quite clearly referred to here.
Thanks very much. That's very generous. That's fine. Thank you. There's a couple of points I want to tackle from within your preface, starting at section 3, page 5. On page 6, near the bottom, in paragraph 3.1, there's a paragraph starting, my starting point is simple. About 7 lines down, you say, by deliberately installing noisier turbines. On page 7, about 4 paragraphs down, contrary to an argument by the applicant, the wind farm is unlawful by design. Page 8, at the very top, the fact that it is an unlawful installation. I want to be clear. Well, let's go through some loops here. I suspect that you've not ever, and it's a pure factual question, undertaken environmental impact assessment of a wind farm.
You're absolutely correct.
So you won't know what's done in an EIA, environmental impact assessment report.
That's not
for the purpose
necessarily true, sir.
Wait to the end of the question, please. For the purpose of assessing whether or not there's an available turbine that can meet noise conditions, advanced as or agree with the council to be appropriate. You don't know what's done in those circumstances.
I have not gone through that process before, but as I said at the beginning of my presentation, nor had before I dealt with this problem here, had I gone through any of this. That does not mean I've not finished my answer, sir.
No, I'm sorry you have. I've got to interrupt, otherwise we will be here all day. So I do reserve the right to interrupt when you've answered a straight factual question. Otherwise...
Have I done it before? No. Do I understand it? Yes.
So what's done is that a candidate turbine is assessed, which is what was done in 2001. But do you understand that it is for the developer to select and install a turbine of his?
Absolutely.
Yes. Mr. Baker, is
going
to be so
I'm sorry.
long-winded?
I'm sorry. I apologize. I hadn't realized you hadn't finished. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. For the developer to select and install the turbine of his choice, not restricted to the candidate turbine assessed in the EIA. Do you accept that?
I accept that and understand that totally. However, what I will comment, based on my understanding, is when this process is being done, a developer will, and this is nothing different to the sort of things that I do in my main business, there are parallels. When a developer considers options for what he might want to do, he looks at the market, he looks at the whole range of turbines that he thinks that are available, will be available within the time scale he's going to commission the plant. And what he is meant to do is to select a candidate turbine, the noise from which is at the upper end of the range of turbines he is using. Because if he then puts forward, well, this is what you can expect with my ISO predictions, then the EHO and the public and anybody with an interest has a right to believe that that indeed is what they're going to get. That's what the application is based on.
Right. So, cut to the chase, because this becomes a matter of submissions very quickly. But I gather that you're the person to ask questions about these issues. Do you maintain that the installation, the very installation of the Paul's Hill worm turbines was unlawful?
I do, and the reason for that is that the turbines that were selected produce noise which is of the order of 30%, 25, 30%, whatever the exact figure is, it doesn't matter, it's of that order, higher than what was put in for the candidate turbine. The important point is they produce noise which is cumulative noise, which is 6 dB higher than the consented limit. Now, that doesn't happen by accident.
Well, all right, I have your answer, and I'll be intrigued to see submissions that come forward on that. But I want to move on to what you say on page 9. I've noted what you've said. We're not going to get into argument. This is cross-examination. But 9, where you talk in the last paragraph about, at the end, it ends Circular 498. The bit I'm interested in is about 6 lines up, where you say, and there's some highlighting there to assist you in locating this, but it is not reasonable to apply that same argument to a wind farm deliberately designed to exceed its consented limits. It's quite a serious contention. Are you saying that the company that built Paul's Hill 1 set out to breach planning control? Is that what you're saying?
If they did not, then they did it in ignorance of the primary business which they are in and which they ought to be aware of. Because if you select a turbine that produces 30% more than your candidate turbine, then that is very deliberate. I cannot accept or believe that a company with the experience of an FORL can do that accidentally.
So you are saying it was deliberate?
Yes.
Well, noted.
And if it's accidental, then I would be intrigued to learn how such an accident
I have your
happens.
evidence. It's deliberate. Okay, well, we'll deal with that. I want to go on to another topic now, which takes us to page 12 of your inquiry report, where you debate the issue of whether or not Paul's Hill 2 is an extension. Now, I'm not anxious, frankly, to go here in evidence because this really is a fundamentally legal point. So will I ask you this? These are fundamentally legal submissions. Will you give me the same answer as you did before if I say, did you put these together? Is it your work? Have they been vetted by Mr. Campbell?
They are absolutely my work, 100%. If Mr. Campbell's edited anything, he's edited a word or two throughout. That's it. It is my work. And you comment, sir, that it is fundamentally a legal matter. I have made the point in my report that, in essence, I put legal in quotation marks because what it actually is simply an interpretation of what is stated government policy. And that is set out in documents such as ETSU. And all I'm doing is interpreting in a very logical and clear manner what is in those documents.
Right. I've only got one or two questions. I am going to resist the temptation to go up a long road of exploration of these legal issues. It's very tempting, but I'm not going to.
Forgive me, could I ask a question, clarification, just in case I forget?
Yes.
The last question, was that referring to 3.1.2 only on page 12?
No, 3.1.3.
I'm sorry, quite right, 3.1.3.
That's the one.
Was that question just confined to that paragraph?
It was.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Is it your understanding, Mr. Baker, that if the Paul's Hill 2 application is granted, then there will be a deemed permission for Paul's Hill 2 with its own planning conditions, quite separate from the planning conditions for Paul's Hill 1?
The planning conditions, yes, will, I cannot answer on that whether the planning conditions will be quite separate. They quite possibly will be. In my opinion, I would expect them to as an extension, I would expect them effectively, obviously to cover PH2, but they would extend to incorporate the conditions for PH1 and update them as necessary. But they cannot actually alter the original conditions.
Can I break down that into chunks, because I need to, because there's quite a load of stuff in what you've just said. I think we agree, well, I'm not sure we do agree, that we already have a Paul's Hill 1 document called Consent and Conditions, that there will be a separate document physically called Paul's Hill 2, Consent and Conditions. We agree that?
I think, yeah, we agree on that.
Right, okay. But what you're saying is, this is a matter of submissions later, may or may not be important, that in your view, the Paul's Hill, if the Paul's Hill 2 Consent and Conditions are to be different from Paul's Hill 1, then Paul's Hill 1 needs amendment.
No.
No.
If I gave that impression, then I apologize for that. The Paul's Hill, in my opinion, the Paul's Hill 1 conditions are inviolate. They stand, the basic conditions, certainly the limits. When Paul's Hill 2, and I cannot answer this question with certainty, whether for an extension Paul's Hill 2 could vary any of the conditions. I would expect that one of the conditions they could vary that would apply to PH1 would be how you measure the noise to assess compliance. Because that is a matter which is experience and knowledge, technical knowledge improving with time. But it cannot conflict, in my opinion, it cannot conflict with the basic ETSU rules that are set in there, that it shall not exceed 35 dB under the range of wind speeds.
Okay, that's perhaps what I was driving to.
Yeah,
Your position is therefore, and this becomes relevant in the condition session and in submissions, I just want to get it clear before we move on, that it would be unlawful for the Paul's Hill 2 noise condition to be anything other than that which applies to Paul's Hill 1, that is the simplified noise limit up to 10 metres a second. Is that your position?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you've put it to the witness that it would be unlawful. Just a minute. I'm just going to object to the question.
Sure.
He didn't say that it would be unlawful.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you, Mr.
All right, well, please don't interrupt while I'm dealing with this. I wonder, therefore, if you could ask my learned friend to reconsider the question. The witness has not offered an opinion about lawfulness of conditions.
Well, I think he has, actually. He has done it in the preface. And I'm sorry, I'm cross-examining what he submitted, not just what he's saying today. That's what I've got to go on before I start my questions. He says that the limit is inviolate.
If it helps, in the run-up to the inquiry, this whole issue about the status of the two wind farms, is one an extension of the other? Does that matter? Do they have separate permissions? This was all flagged up as being a potential issue that might be raised. And I did ask you, Mr. Campbell, if you were going to make anything of this to come forward, and you didn't, but your witness has. And the wording suggests that he is questioning the legal status and separation between the two and whether it matters. So, I think it's a fair question to ask of him. And slightly cheekily, I did want to say that I'm not expecting anything to come out of this in your closing either, because that may not have been your intention, but your witness is certainly going down that road.
This is characterised. This is, if I may just have this discussion now. Witnesses characterised this as an extension. So does Dr. Mackenzie in his report and recognition yesterday. Twice. So I don't believe that it's an issue between us. It's an extension to Paul's Hill 1. The legal issue. The legal issue is that clearly there are two planning permissions. That's obvious. The difficult issue, and it may not be a legal one, is whether there should be congruence between the two sets of conditions. And that will be a matter for you and the Scottish ministers.
Well, actually it won't, because you have one application before you. You don't have an application to vary anything on Paul's Hill.
I'm not asking to vary. I'm saying congruence between the two sets of conditions. If there isn't, then there are obviously submissions to be made. But we'll see when we get to the condition station. So I don't believe there's a hot issue here so far as legal status is concerned at all, if I may say so. And I know my witness is listening, but I hope he's listening carefully. It's not something that this inquiry needs to take its time up.
Well, is it simply a question of, is there a difference between, or is it your submission, Mr. Baker, that the conditions in respect of Paul's Hill 2 should, rather than must, match the limit set for Paul's Hill 1? And by must, I mean as a matter of law. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you're saying is it should, as a matter of fairness, etc., follow the 35 dB limit rather than it must as a matter of law. But as I say, if I'm wrong, please tell me. But
no. If I may use my own language rather than Mr. Trinick's language, I did not use the term it would be unlawful. I did use inviolate, and I suppose someone else with a legal background might comment on that and say it's the same thing. That's a separate subject. What I have said is that my interpretation of what my understanding of Scottish Government policy is, which is what is set out in ETSU, is that the 35 dB limit that has been set for PH1 is invalid. It applies to PH1 for the lifetime of that development. And ETSU very clearly states that other wind farms, be it applies either to a separate wind farm there or to an extension, it has to remain within the limit that has been consented. Now, I am fully aware that the limit consented was of 35 dB is the simplified limit. But nevertheless, it remains a consented limit for that wind farm. It is a decision that was made at the time after consultation between the local council, the Moray Council, the ECU, and subsequently went to Scottish ministers who approved it. That becomes the limit. Now, when you look at ETSU and read what it says, I mean, the route by which it becomes a limit is immaterial. The fact that the fact that everybody decided that that simplified limit was appropriate doesn't matter. That's the limit that was set. We move on to the remaining paragraphs within ETSU that deal with this, and they very
we're going to
clearly...
come to those. I am going to stop you. We are going to come to those, but this is going to just tail off into a miasma unless we actually call a halt to this and go back to my questions. So I will come back to this, and I intend to, and I have a right to, because it's in your evidence. So
Certainly.
you can expect some more questions on this in just a moment, actually, before we break for lunch, in fact, which will be about 10 minutes. That's right. If we go to your inquiry report at page 16, we loop back to the point we were just exploring via this. You say now I'm going to get into endlessly legal stuff, and having had some of your answers, I'm going to leave that bit to submissions. Go to this is about company relationships, and I just don't see if there's going to be a great advantage in examining on that. Page 16.
Mr. Campbell, I don't think you heard that. You said about company relationships. You heard, sorry. Okay, thank you.
So I'll come back to the issue of headroom for PH2, which is what we were debating earlier on. If you go to page 17 of your inquiry report, you say in the second full paragraph, senior counsel, that's me, I guess, bases his argument and the proposed revised limits in the AI on the argument that the change to noise limits is permitted by paragraph 544 of the GPG. and then you go on to rehearse what 544 tackles. Do you have my August 2019 submissions easily to hand?
Easily to hand, no.
And then we have some spare copies for
Okay.
everybody.
Thank you very much.
I want you to turn to paragraph 10, which is where I tackle noise policy and guidance. And I say Mr. Campbell has confused a number of issues on pages 6 to 11 of submissions. To the extent it's difficult to follow a thread, but apologies to Mr. Campbell if I misinterpreted what he is saying. The following clarifications may assist. When you go to paragraph B on the next page, again, the second full paragraph on page 7 misstates the effect of the advice rehearsed by him from within the GPG. The advice simply envisages the promoter of a second or subsequent development may be able to take advantage of greater headroom than available on the first inspection of the first wind farm's noise conditions. In other words, the existing wind farm may be emitting less noise than permitted, in which case the new development may, through negotiation, be able to utilise unused headroom. That is paragraph 544. That's what that deals with, isn't it? Yeah. But contrary to what you say, I go on to say that is not what the PH2 applicant proposes. Whatever the noise being emitted from PH1, the applicant for PH2 is as explained in the AI of July 2019, sorry I'm keeping you awake, Mr. Campbell, making an assumption that Paul's Hill 1 has no available headroom below its limits, i.e. that PH1 is using all its noise budget. Therefore, the IOA GPG advice is not relevant here. So you're wrong, aren't you, Mr. Baker? I don't base that argument on paragraph 544. Correct?
No. Would you give me a moment, because I have a marked-up version of this, if I can find it, with some notes, etc., which will help me to answer your question in a proper manner.
Well, I think my question is quite simple, so I don't think you do need to go to your notes, and I'm going to push you on this point without your notes. You say that I've argued that we can use the paragraph 545 advice to utilise unused headroom left by Paul's Hill 1. You know very well, regardless of what I say, that is not what Paul's Hill applicant proposes, that the assumption that we are making that Paul's Hill 1 is generating noise to its limits. We are not claiming available headroom.
Yes, I agree.
Are we?
I agree.
Thank you. That was the question.
Yeah.
Now, just as a slight aside, go to your precognition at paragraph 22. And you'd also get out Dr. Mackenzie's inquiry report. Do you have that hard copy or just electronically? Yep, that's Mr. Baker's precognition. Yeah. And then Dr. Mackenzie's inquiry report of paragraph 35. Can I ask for one clarification? I called Mr. Baker earlier, and someone corrected me to doctor. Are you doctor or Mr.?
I have corrected that to you a few times, sir. I am Mr.
Thank you. So get those two sources in front of you, if you would. In paragraph 22, you say HM's manipulation of the wording of criteria in ETSU R97 and other questionable statements in the inquiry statement are too numerous to address adequately here. And you say you're going to do it further at the inquiry. If you go to paragraph 3.5 of Dr. Mackenzie's inquiry report, he sets out there the ETSU approach to planning noise limits. Is there anything within there that you say is inaccurate? Do take time to read it. 3.5, yeah. Actually, so what I'm going to do, because I want to give them time to read it, is to say we'll come back at 2 and I'll have the answer then.
Very generous of you, sir. Thank you.
Does it have to be 2? Can we not say 1:45?
We can say 1:45.
1:45, okay. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Baker. Before lunch, I asked you a question. I asked you to go to Dr. Mackenzie's inquiry report of paragraph 3.5 and tell me if you felt that he'd described the ETSU approach to conditions incorrectly.
I just apologize. I missed your question. I was concentrating on what you actually wrote here and not back to what Dr. Mackenzie wrote, so I apologize for that. Yes, what Dr. Mackenzie has described there is what is described in the relevant part of ETSU he is referring to. Whether that applies to PH2 is another question.
Yep. We go to your inquiry report at page 18. I can't give you a paragraph number. It's in the preface.
Page 18. Yeah, okay. I'm on page 18, yes.
Yeah, you say at the second line, the applicant also proposes to increase the simplified 35 dBA limit to a known lifetime limit of 43 on similar arguments, unsupported by ETSU R97 or the GPG, that the references to total ETSU limits given under 5.4 entitle it to do so. You make further comments in that paragraph, which I can take as read, and further down the same page, last paragraph, I submit that even with the applicant's argument that it is entitled to you assume that Paul's Hill 1 will operate within its consented limit by enforcement were to be accepted, as recently ruled by the reporter, there is no admissible basis under Scottish Government policy to increase the extant limit to permit cumulative emissions above this limit. There is therefore no headroom to permit the level of emissions that would be expected from PH2. I'm rehearsing quite a lot here, my apologies. If you go on to page 19, paragraph 314, you set out further argument for the inviolability of the extant simplified limit, and you refer us to ETSU. You quote from page 65, and you say then that judgment was made, perhaps not all for the right reasons, proof correct nonetheless, etc., wind shear, and then you go on to provide a further quotation on page 66. That ultimately leads on page 20. The last paragraph before 315 starts, therefore, in my opinion, for all the above reasons, to increase the consented noise limit above the simplified 35 level would fail ETSU tests, etc., etc. Would you go, please, to ETSU, which is CD 720?
I'll have to get it electronically.
To page 65.
Thank you.
And we see the context of what is said there. Well, let's find, first of all, what you quote, the proportion of the time, which is under the heading duration and level of exposure. You see it?
I do.
you go back to the previous page, so that's several pages before. What's been discussed there, I suggest, is the selection of a lower limiting value, a lower fixed limit in the range of 35 to 40, isn't it?
Yes.
It's nothing to do with a simplified limit. It's to do with the selection of a level, somewhere between 35 and 40. It sets out the factors to be taken into consideration, the number of dwellings, effective noise limits on generation and duration and level of exposure. You see that?
I see it, and yes, I agree.
So it's not the simplified limit being discussed there. If we go on to page 66, can we see that the simplified limit assessment method, and here we find the quotation further down on your page 19, that's discussed entirely separately. You see that?
Yes, I see that, and I understand that.
It's simply that you quote from the from ETSU in support of your argument for the inviolability of the extant simplified limit using material which has nothing to do with the simplified limit, the first quotation, that is to do with the lower limiting value, in circumstances where noise conditions would say X dB or 5 dB above background, not relevant to the simplified limit.
It's not relevant to the simplified limit. However, I think you are missing my point. And my point is, if someone were considering in this area where to set the lower limit, were it being considered on that basis rather than on the simplified basis, then it is entirely within. Are you listening to me, sir? Sorry. Would you like me to start again?
No, you'd have to carry on.
Right. It is entirely within the remit of the authority setting the limit, and I have indicated and suggested earlier that that is a matter for Moray Council in conjunction with the ECU and thereafter endorsed by Scottish ministers. So if they were electing to do this not on the simplified method, I am suggesting that it is entirely within their remit to select at the lower end of that range, at 35 dB, particularly when and there's other references within this document, particularly when the background noise for the rural area is very low. And I put it to you that if that background noise is properly selected, more akin to the grass area, the amenity area that happened to be in my screensaver, if you compare that to the background noise which I described that was measured in the second test up on the hill where it was similar grass and not trees, you would have a very much lower level. And bear in mind that when we are considering this property, it is not solely the Corglass residents that are affected, because that property is used as a proxy for the other properties around. And those properties do not necessarily have trees. So what I'm describing is perfectly reasonable, and under those circumstances, I put it to you and I suggest that a 35 dB limit at the lower end of that range could well be selected, even if
yes,
it wasn't.
But my point is that what you say comes under the heading of the inviolability of the extant simplified limit.
Yes.
So are you urging that only the only the 35 dB simplified limit will be appropriate for Paul's Hill 2? Is that what you're saying?
I am effectively saying that, yes, because within ETSU, in my opinion, where I've looked at, if you're going to consider for either an extension or a new wind farm, the provisions that talk about varying that are dependent on if you are considering at that time using up budget that is there within that specified limit to be able to have either a separate wind farm or an extension. Basically, what I'm suggesting, sir, is that once a limit is set for a development, in my opinion, the residents of that development have the right to rely upon that for the life of that wind farm. Because otherwise, if they didn't, and if they followed the approach you're taking, and the applicant is taking, then they cannot plan the rest of their lives, because they cannot rely on what they have been told, because at any point the operator may decide, oh, I'd like a few more turbines, I'll move closer, and I'll persuade everybody because I have the clout,
Yeah, okay, I see where you're going.
Yeah.
I've got your
Okay.
answer. So are you, I want to be quite clear to cut to the chase, are you saying that as a matter of, I don't know, it's policy, law, or advice, frankly, are you saying in any context that it would be improper to consent Paul's Hill 2 on the basis of a noise limit where there's a lower limiting value, but where at certain background levels the lower limiting value changes to a +5 above background? Are you saying that would be improper?
I am saying that.
All right, thank you. Great. Quick answer, thank you.
Yes.
Right.
May I add anything, sir?
No,
or not?
there's no need to add anything to that. I
Okay.
have the answer, thank you.
Yeah, all right.
I can deal with that answer, you see, in submissions and in the condition session. Now I have it, and that's extremely clear. If we go to your inquiry report at page 29, please. We're talking about background noise here, although we'll turn to later in your report where you do this in more detail in a moment. You say in paragraph A of paragraph, 4.3 paragraph A, taking the following action, submitted an updated noise assessment dated June 19. That's the additional information, so CD 111. Using a revised turbine, the report provides updated ISO 9613 predictions, showing a maximum of 40 degrees at full glass. The report then provides a convoluted attempt to justify proposed PH2 on the basis of higher noise limits based on NETSUR 97. The use of 2001 background noise monitoring previously dismissed as inapplicable, and a high-handed argument that, and then we go on to Paul's Hill 1 compliance issue. Taking account of what you said, I want to get one point clear. You know that although the 2001 background noise measurements were made at that time, they were not used in the ES for Paul's Hill 1.
I know that.
You know that, that's all right. Turning then, well, now we've got that clear, to page 105 of your inquiry report, at paragraph 12.3, you say that...
So I'm getting there. It's just...
Yep, 105.
105. Whoops.
Sorry?
Right, 100 and just about there. 5. Okay.
Paragraph 12.3, first paragraph. In their 2018 monitoring report, HM make no attempt to interpret or make use of the original 2001 monitoring data. Can I suggest that it be actually, as Dr. Mackenzie has said in response very bad practice to use background data collected to derive noise limits at the planning stage for the purposes of compliant assessment, because that 2001 data was not gathered for the purposes of an investigation into the specific circumstances of a complaint.
I apologise for asking this, but there's rather a lot in that question. Would you mind repeating it, please? Of course.
No, that's perfectly right. Try and break it down to chunks. The 2001 background noise data was gathered for the purposes, never actually used, but for the purposes of planning for Paul's Hill 1.
What is that statement based on, may I ask?
Well, it was made at the time of the application. It wasn't actually used, but it was the 2001 data.
I would take issue with you, sir, because I know what Mr. and Mrs. Bonzio were told it was done for. And initially, when Mr. Bonzio asked about for the background measuring, he was told by Mr. Potter of Natural Power that it wasn't necessary. We don't do that. That was in the winter. When the summertime came about, and this corrects various things said in this inquiry earlier, Mr. and Mrs. Bonzio did not lodge a complaint with the EHO. It was Mr. Potter of Natural Power that put in a request to do monitoring at the site.
We're going way beyond. What date are you talking about now?
What?
What date are you talking about Mr. Potter saying whatever he said? What year are we talking about now?
I am talking about before that 2001 monitoring was started.
He didn't work in Natural Power then. Sorry, this is completely wrong. I think you're talking about a different date. Listen, let me just read to you the initial words of the 2001 background noise report. The wind farm has been proposed by Natural Power. An environmental assessment has already been carried out. So,
I beg your pardon, I am getting confused. Hardly surprising with the volume of stuff on this complicated job. I do apologise.
No need to apologise. Let's just go back to my question.
Yes.
The 2001 background noise data was gathered, not actually used, was gathered at the time of, I won't go beyond that, at the time of the application for Paul's Hill 1.
Yes.
Right. It was gathered in accordance with ETSU, gathering information of typical background data from a number of wind directions. Yes?
Well, I can't comment on the number of wind directions because the wind information's wrong, so pass.
Okay. Well, let's just leave that as a statement by me, the reporter's noted, and you've given an answer. But what it wasn't gathered for was for compliance purposes, was it? It couldn't have been. No. And would you accept from me it's very bad practice to use reports such as the 2001 background noise monitoring report, gathered for one purpose, in order to investigate the specific circumstances of a complaint?
I would agree that it is bad practice to use that to investigate the circumstances of a complaint, as Dr. Mackenzie, well, not Dr. Mackenzie, sorry, one of his staff actually said to me when I suggested that should be done.
Right. So you agree with the proposition. That's good. Because what happens when there is a complaint or a concern expressed, or however it came about, I'm not going to get into that, is that, let's see if we have a common understanding of what happens. You measure, this isn't, sorry, let me have to preface this. I'm talking about not Paul's Hill 1 now, I'm talking about where you have ETSU conditions based on background noise. And therefore the limits are a lower limiting value, or +5, whichever is greater.
You're talking about setting conditions.
I'm talking about where you have conditions set like that.
Okay, so you are talking about the conditions set, I just want to be clear,
Yes.
set for PH1.
No.
What are you talking about? I can't follow you.
You have to listen to me, you see.
I am trying, sir.
Where you have conditions set in accordance with ETSU on the basis of a lower limiting value or 5 dB above background,
Yes.
in those circumstances, and then you come to compliance measurement, can we agree that what you do is first of all measure total noise? If that total noise is clearly compliant, you may need to go no further. May, not definitely don't need to go further. You may need to go no further. If those total noise limits are above the limit, total noise levels measured are above the limits, then what you do is turn the turbines off and measure the background noise.
Yes?
And that
That's
background noise campaign is dedicated to the compliance stage. In other words, what are the circumstances of the complaint? Let's make measurements to make sure we capture those circumstances. That's what you do, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. And indeed, if you go to the document we know you love so much, which is the IOA GPG, and we go to Supplementary Guidance Note 5, and I raise this partly because of a suggestion that the GPG doesn't cover compliance. So Supplementary Guidance Note 5 actually dedicates itself to post-completion measurements, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And is advised to be used for the purposes of compliance measurements.
Yes.
Yeah. And if you went in that document to, do you have it? CD
Not in front of me. I can find it if I have to follow
if you'll
your
trust me
argument.
just to read out something from
I
it.
trust you perfectly, Mr. Trinick, for that purpose.
Yeah, okay, it'd be useful to have it in front, I think. Page 8 of 10. In Supplementary Guidance Note 5, starts at paragraph 243 at the top.
Thank you. Yeah. Right, I'm looking at 243, yes?
Yeah, at paragraph 248. Just take a quick look. I won't read it out, it gets boring. If you just take a quick look through that paragraph.
Yes, I remember this paragraph very well, Mr. Trinick, and in fact I did not agree with the latter part of it. I did not think that there was the basis for what it concluded, that if you were getting a high signal-to-noise ratio, then you could conclude that, I'd have to read the detail, but from what I remember, you could conclude that it wasn't wind farm noise. That I can totally not accept, and I think I've provided evidence today why
Well,
that
we'll
is
come
not.
to your wind shear evidence
Yes,
and that later, but I noted the disagreement. I just want to draw already to the reporter's attention that this is where SGN 5 says that this is what you do in the event of a complaint in order to evaluate compliance. If total noise measurements indicate a possible breach of condition, that's what you do. All right. If you stick with page 105 of your... Yeah, you won't need it.
Yep.
No, you won't need it again.
Okay.
You will need ETSU, Mr. Campbell, in a minute, so you might... Good. Page 105 of the inquiry report. This is the question of trees. As I show in Appendix A, you say, it's important that monitoring locations be chosen carefully and reflect amenity areas, are not inappropriately sited close to trees and anything that might generate noise to select location 2 meters away from trees. Either demonstrates lack of understanding, and then there are, frankly, further slurs on Dr. Mackenzie's competence. You heard Dr. Mackenzie say, in chief, that he placed the equipment himself. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that there was no likely undue effect of wind in the trees to influence background noise measurements. Now, he has done this sort of thing before. Do you say that is wrong? And if so, where's your evidence?
Right. I do say it's wrong, and I would like to correct one point. When I make a statement like this, I do not make a slur on Dr. Mackenzie. You might interpret it as a slur, but if you interpret it that way, it's because there is basis for what I have said, and it is correct. I do not put information forward as slurs against anyone.
Well,
may I finish my answer, please?
Stop you there a moment. Are you saying that which would question competent or deliberate citing to obtain higher noise readings is not a slur? Is that what you're saying?
I am saying it's a factual comment on what I, as an expert witness, believe. And if you wish to interpret that as a slur, rather than as a professional opinion of something that is wrong, then that is your choice, Mr. Trinick. But I, as an impartial expert witness on a subject like this, can only give my honest opinion. And that is my honest opinion. Now, furthermore, in the conversation earlier, the presentation earlier, I backed that up with hard evidence. I described how if you went from 2 meters to 4 meters, you would have a reduction of 6 dBA in the noise. If you went further, if you double that again, you would...
Would you go to the background noise measurement, please, at document 717?
I am familiar with it, yes. I take it you're going to the photograph.
Sorry?
Are you going to the photograph?
Yes, I am.
That's fine, because that means I don't need more.
Wait till the reporter's got there.
Should be in this appendix somewhere. Yeah, I've got it, thank you.
We can see, can't we? First of all, this is clearly an amenity area. There's a child slide there. This is an amenity area outside the house, isn't it?
Where is a child's slide?
Well, look at it. You can see it in the picture. It's blue.
Blue. I cannot see something blue. Oh, all right. Sorry, I will have to go to that report then. I'm looking at the picture that's in here. Oh, yes, up on the edge of the house, yes, I see that.
So this is clearly an amenity area outside the house. And I can only put to you and get your answer, and we'll have to take it from there. There's absolutely no evidence of undue influence of trees on the background noise measurements.
Well, if you look in that direction, I totally agree with you. There are no trees there. If you look in the other direction with the picture before that, you will find that that was located, as Mr. Bonzio has advised, approximately 2 meters from... Are we listening? Approximately 2 meters, not from the trunk of the tree, but from the edge of the canopy, which is the information I requested from him.
Mm-hmm. Well, you disagree on that point.
On what do we disagree? Let's be clear,
well, the effect of trees. I've noted your answer.
Effect, right, thank you.
Noted your answer. In terms of the snow, would you agree that that has the effect of depressing background noise?
It may do. Whether it does in those circumstances is moot, and I won't comment on the detail.
Go to page 106 of your inquiry report, please. It's a paragraph that starts, in relation to comparisons with shutdown-derived background noise, HM also made no mention of the iOS supplementary guidance requirement that background noise be measured with no wind pumps operating conveniently, ignoring the operational Bury burn. What date are you referring to here? The date of what activity by Hayes Mackenzie?
Well, I think the word shutdown might give you a clue.
Yes, there's no need to be rude, Mr. Baker.
No,
Just answer
I'm
your
not being
question.
rude. I'm not being rude.
So well, the answer
I am
is
being factual.
these are the compliance measurements. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. Why would it make sense to shut down Bury Burn, since that is simply part of the ambient noise? The objective of the exercise is to isolate noise from the wind farm complained of. You shut that down, you don't shut everything else down. It's part of the ambient noise.
I'm sorry, sir, you are incorrect on that point.
Well, tell me your
You
evidence.
you cannot consider existing wind farm noise as part of background noise.
Yes.
I believe that is correct.
Well,
I can see Dr. Mackenzie looking askance at me, but I am quite sure that if we look
before you
into
go too far down the rabbit hole,
yes,
you're of course quite correct in terms of the wind farm being measured. But a wind farm some distance away is treated as part of the ambient noise. You don't shut all wind farms down. You simply shut down the wind farm complained of. Do you not understand
I don't believe that's true, and I'll tell you the reason. And the reason is the limits that are specified, the limits that are consented, are limits for total cumulative noise. The noise from Bury Burn is part of the cumulative noise. It's pretty fundamental, Mr. Trinnick.
So, are we getting muddled here between the planning stage and the compliance stage? I can see that if you are conducting an ETSU assessment of the planning stage, the advice, and it's about page 85 of ETSU from memory, I can't remember exactly where it is that you proceed on the basis that there are no wind farms. That's quite clear. You assume you have to take the pre-wind farm position when measuring background noise. Clearly, if you've got a number of wind farms in the area, that becomes problematic. But that's another issue. We're not debating that today. We're talking about that's why I asked you the question about what stage you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're talking about the compliance stage here, where your objective is to isolate wind turbine noise from the wind farm complained of. You don't, at that stage, shut down all the other wind farms. There's no advice to that effect. If there is, take me to it.
Well, I will disagree with what you are saying. Yes, if you wish to find how much noise is coming specifically from the PH1 wind farm, then I agree what you are saying has a certain logic to it. Providing you are happy that you would have to start off by ensuring that you know whether Bury Burn is actually operating or not operating at the time. They might have shut it down for some reason. However, if you're actually determining whether the wind farm noise that the property is experiencing is compliant with the consented conditions, then I put it to you, sir, that you have to do what ETSU says, and that is it's measuring the cumulative noise, and that includes PH1 plus Bury Burn.
Well, I may have believe it's a point of disagreement, but it's a disagreement on a very clear basis of what ETSU actually says. If you wanted to go to the executive summary to ETSU, at page small Roman numeral 6,
I might add, while we're thumbing for it, it's a very minor point and of little consequence, but we can spend inquiry time on it if you like. Bury Burn noise is quite low. Right, I am page 6. Yep.
just read that paragraph, would you? 16, sorry.
16.
Paragraph 16.
Right. The noise working group is of the opinion that absolute noise limits and margins above background should relate to the cumulative effect of all wind turbines in the area contributing to the noise received at the properties in question. It is clearly unreasonable to suggest that because a wind farm has been constructed in the vicinity in the past, which resulted in increased noise levels at some properties, the residents of those properties are now able to tolerate higher noise levels still. The existing wind farm should not be considered as part of the prevailing background noise. I am now quite confused, sir.
Okay.
As I read that differently to what I imagine you are now going to. But I would need explanation from you as to why you've asked me to read that. Because I read that.
Well, we'll await the explanation, and then you'll be able to answer
Sorry,
the
yes,
question.
I shall.
Paragraph 16 relates quite clearly, doesn't it, to the planning stage, not to the compliance stage.
I'm not sure I agree with that. Of course, it's aimed at the planning, but the fundamental statement of what it's about, I mean, why do you plan for something if it's not something you expect to be realised? Then you're wasting your time. You're in fairyland.
Here you are displaying your absence of experience and knowledge of wind farm planning, noise wind farm planning. I don't think...
Well, you can explain.
I don't think we'd have a debate about this, but when it comes to the compliance stage, let's get it clear. The objective is to isolate wind farm noise from the wind farm, isolate noise from the wind farm complained of. That's your objective. You want to know what that wind farm is doing. It's wholly artificial and unnecessary to start to cut out any other ambient noise from whatever source. That's part of the ambient noise background. You have to allow for that and take it into account when performing your compliance measurements.
I fundamentally disagree, Mr. Trinick. The conditions say very clearly cumulative wind noise, and that is from all wind turbines in the area.
Right, got your answer. Go to page 110, please, of your inquiry report. This is a point that Dr. Mackenzie dealt with in his evidence in chief. Having got that in front of you, you will also need the CD 111, which is the additional information. CD 111. And CD 73. So you've got two documents. There's the AI, and then there's the compliance.
Has a number of documents, I believe.
Sorry?
I think the AI has more than one document. Which would you like me to look at?
Well, this is the one I'm looking at, CD 111. It's the additional updated noise assessment of July 2019.
Okay, updated noise assessment. I think I've got a copy. Yeah. I do, thank you.
And within that, if you turn to figure 1.
Page, is it clue? Please?
It's not, it's not pagination.
Oh, is it at the end, the page?
Where is it? Is it? No.
Oh, I have got figure 1, yeah.
Figure 3, isn't it? Yes. That's fine. Thank you. And when you also go to the CD73, which is the April 2019 compliance report, now you're going to have to flip between two figures. So if you can get hard copy in front of you, that's going to be of some
Before we do
benefit.
that, sir, may I please ask a question? The April 2019 report, if I understand it correctly, is that an update of the original November 18 report, or is it completely separate?
November 18 before the report before the inquiry. We only have April 19 and October 19.
So what is the November 18 report?
I have no idea, and I'm not interested.
I'm interested.
Well, you may well be. I'm asking you questions based on the documents before the inquiry. There is no November 18 report before the inquiry. Would you please follow my questions and go to CD 73, which is the April 2019 report. Thank you. It's at page 11, figure 3.
May I make a statement for the record, sir, Mr. Pullen? Oh. Yes, I understand that. The only point I'd like to register, if I may, is that I was first issued with the original report on the monitoring, which was November 18. This report came later. I flipped through it. I do not understand why November, December, January, February, March, April, 5 months later, there's a revision, complete revision, or new report. It doesn't even say it's a revision, and I am not told what has changed within it. I found that quite irregular, and I'd like to put that on record, that's all. I will now look at this report.
Mr. Baker, you've known the April report is before the inquiry for a long, long time, and you addressed it. You haven't previously made this point. I'm not going to answer it or deal with matters on the basis of what is before the inquiry. So let's carry on, shall we?
Yes, I just one more comment, if I might, please. All right. All right.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. If you go to figure 1 in the 2001 report, you'll see a spread of background data. We know it's background data because
Sorry, just give me a chance to find figure 1 now.
Okay, that's fine.
You could give me a clue. How far through is it? Is there a page number? Or?
No, there's not.
Oh, wait a minute.
Figure 1.
I'll get it.
After page 10.
After page 7. Okay.
You've got figures, and then you've got figure 1.
Did you say after page 7?
No.
10, sorry.
It's 10 or 11, one or the other. There's a blank page that has figures on it, and then if you turn over, you get figure 1.
I'm not sure I'm looking at the same report. I've got page 10 here.
This is the CD 111, which is the updated noise assessment of July 19.
Noise. Oh, July 19. Sorry, this is April 19. I beg pardon.
Yes, I've asked you to look at both, and the reporter's got both in front of him. We're just waiting for you to get them.
So, are we in April or July, please?
There's the July report at figure 1.
He did say April, yes.
No, I'm sorry. I referred to both.
Well,
we'll go to the...
When I have a question, may I have the actual one that we are talking about at the time, please? Where is the July one?
And as I said, also get out 7.3, which is the April 19 report, at page 11, which is figure 3.
Apologies for this. I'm a one-man band. I don't have the resources that you gentlemen have to have everything quite as organised as I would like. But I'm now there.
You're there? Okay.
Yeah. So you'd like me to go to...
Just for my notes, 2019, figure 1.
It's the July 19 additional information, updated noise assessment at figure 1, and it's document 7.3, which is the April 2019 compliance report at figure 3. Are we okay now, Mr. Baker?
Well, I'm okay on the July 19 document. I'm now looking through 24 April and trying to find...
It's a page 11.
Yes. Sorry, I thought we were looking... I was confused. I thought we were looking for figure 1, figure 3.
Figure 3.
Right, okay. I'm with you now.
In paragraph 13.3 of your inquiry report, second bullet point, more importantly, background noise at the 2001 location is grossly higher than other core class amenity areas, as I discuss elsewhere. Over a range of wind speeds, and this is a sentence I want to tackle, over a range of wind speeds, the 2001 noise, background noise is between 7 and 15 dB higher than at the 2018 monitoring location. Now, we know that the 2018 monitoring location was Cordglass Farm. Never mind the date of the report, figure 3 in the April 19 document relates to that monitoring location. My question is this: if you compare figure 1 and figure 3, and you look at a range of wind speeds, so we say between 5 and 10 meters a second, and we then look at the red dots, because that's the shutdown, that's the background noise in the figure 3 between roughly the same wind speeds. My invitation to you is to accept that actually there's a broadly similar spread of data.
I think I probably need to clarify what I am talking about, because what I am talking about, bearing in mind we have ETSU conditions, and ETSU conditions are in terms of actual 10-meter high wind speed. What I am talking about is my interpretation into actual 10-meter high wind speeds, and it is there that the difference comes out very clearly.
Okay, so you're not comparing, as I thought you probably were, the Hayes-Mackenzie data from the 2018 monitoring location with the 2001 report. You're comparing your own measured data at the 2018 location with the 2001 data. Is that right?
I have no own measured data. I only have measured data supplied by Hayes-Mackenzie.
Well, that's then
If you mean, sorry, I do understand what you're getting at. And yes, it's what I've just said. It's the data that I have, in the manner I explained earlier, I have put into actual equivalent 10-meter height wind speeds, which is what we need for the conditions.
Well, just stick to the facts so we know what we're comparing. So you're not... The comment you make in the second bullet point on page 110 is not a comparison of figure 1 from 2001 with figure 3 red dots 2018. That is not the comparison that you make in your inquiry report.
My second bullet...
Is that right?
No, I cannot answer that with a yes or no. I have to answer. My second bullet point here does not state that I am comparing this figure from July with the other figure from April. What it says is, as I discuss elsewhere herein. So that actually, perhaps I could have spelt it out more and made it clearer, please, but I am talking about interpreted 10-meter actual wind height speeds, because that is what the conditions require.
Stick to the facts.
These are the facts.
These
are the facts.
In other words, we're not comparing like with like. Okay, well, fine. At least I know that what you have done there, which is not the exercise I thought you had done. If I've been slow, I apologise, but that's where I thought you were going. So I'm just making a note there, higher than at the 2018 monitoring location, but that's for actual V10,
Yes,
not
sir.
V10 standardised.
That's correct.
Okay, you might want to make a note of that, so that's quite important in that context. Right. Just on trees again, if you go to the third bullet point, the 2000, sorry, I'll wait you there.
We're in the same place, are we? Third bullet point.
The third bullet point of page 110.
Okay.
The 2001 location is not suitable for comparative noise monitoring, in other words, compliance monitoring, as trees have grown substantially since 2001, which but after subtraction falsely indicate higher levels of apparent wind turbine noise. So if trees have I want to get your point clear. I'm not saying we disagree here. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. If trees have grown since 2001, then background noise levels will, being influenced by trees, be higher, and local noise generally, therefore, will be higher, and that would push up the background noise curve.
Yes, we would get higher
that's
background noise locally at that position.
Fine.
Whether that's applicable for anything is another question.
Well,
Which
it just slightly conflicts with the point put to Dr. Mackenzie yesterday about trees being felled since 2001, indeed quite recently, and there were therefore being less tree effect on background noise. And I think you've got to take your pick here. Are you saying that the background noise at Cordlass Farm is more or less influenced by trees than it was in 2001?
Mr. Trinick, can I refer you back to yesterday and Dr. Mackenzie's comments when he talked about trees, and there was a question on background noise to him, and he responded that it was affected by various trees. It could be affected by one set of trees here, or it could be affected by another set of trees nearby. He referred to both. There is no conflict whatsoever in what I have said. What I have said is that the 2001 location, where the monitoring was done, it was far noisier than it ought to be if a quiet amenity area is selected at Cordlass, which is one which is away from trees.
Just where you're pausing. I'll come back to my question.
I am on the question, if I may.
Actually, you're not. You're not.
But how do you know? You don't know what I'm about to say, Mr.
Well, I
Trinick.
could listen endlessly, but I have to reach a judgment at some point as whether
Well,
my
I don't
question's going
think
to be
you
answered.
do.
So would you just...
You can keep your judgment to yourself, sir, because it's
Would
wrong.
you just please answer my question,
Yes,
which is,
sir.
are you saying, based on the fact that trees have been felled, but trees have also grown, the background noise levels, so far as they're influenced by trees at Cordlass Farm, will be lower or higher than in 2001? It's a straight factual question.
If you put a monitor 2 meters away in the precise position of the 2001, I don't know what the answer is, because some trees have been cut down and some trees have grown. If you select an area which is representative of a quiet amenity area, not 2 meters adjacent to trees, and I think you saw a picture on my screen saver this morning, if you choose a position like that around that side of the house, there is a whole strip of trees that lined the property on the side of the road, between the road and Paul's Hill, and they have been cut down. So the sort of areas that I'm talking about, adjacent to their conservatory, which is a very quiet amenity area, or where you saw in that photograph, the background noise would be lower than measured in both 2001 and in the 2018 shutdowns. I think that's quite clear.
Well, it's not quite the question I asked, but I can only ask 2 or 3 times.
I find difficulty understanding your question, sir.
Okay. You have a note of that, sir, I think. Thank you. Go to the 4th bullet point on page 110, and you quote advice from Etsu. Mr. Campbell, can we get Etsu out again, please, at page 103? Quote advice from Etsu, and then you use that advice in the context of the background noise readings of 2001. Correct so far?
Yes.
Yep. Could you get page 103 of Etsu in front of you? And we can see the second paragraph, sir, of that page.
Left or right? What page? Oh, 103. Okay, yes. Second paragraph.
Hang on just a minute. Yep. Second paragraph contains the quotation that you've used. If you turn back a page, you can see the heading. To page 102. Is procedure to be followed in the event of a complaint. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
Yeah. So the advice given there is in the context of a complaint, not background noise measurements for the purposes of planning stage. If you go to page 99 of Etsu, paragraph 1.2, that is headed the background noise survey. That is the advice appropriate to the 2001 noise measurements, isn't it? Not the advice on page 103, which relates to compliance.
Yes, that is correct. However, I have to comment that when conditions are being set, they are set with a view to those conditions being used when compliance has to be checked. Otherwise, they have no meaning. So I find it slightly, I don't know quite what the right word is. I think you'd probably be offended if I use disingenuous, but and that's too strong. But I do find there is a conflict here in understanding, because why do you set limits in planning? You set limits in planning for a purpose, not just for the sake and exercise of it. When we sit around, we're all planners here today, tomorrow we're something else. We set it for a purpose so that those limits can be checked.
Yes, thank you. You have an answer to my question, which is, thank you for that. And we can muse endlessly about what Etsu might or might not have said. It's you that's used Etsu and quoted the back of us, so I've simply pointed you to the right context. Also on page 110 in the 4th bullet point, it says, you say in the last sentence, it's important that the correct direction is used for this location as a large shed shelters them. Oh, sorry. My apologies. This is my fault. It's in the inquiry report.
Yeah.
Sorry. I should have said.
Yeah.
Okay. Page 110. 4th bullet point, last sentence. It's important that the correct direction is used for this location as a large shed shelters the monitoring location from much of downward direction wind. Well, maybe being simplistic, I'm sure you'll tell me if I am, but if there's a large shed there, that will lower background noise levels in a downwind direction, won't it?
Unless the shed's making a lot of noise from the cladding, yes.
Yeah, if it's making a lot of noise, I agree with you. But as a structure, that shelters the location from downwind wind.
Down at that level, yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I want to change topics now, and I'm also looking at, we've been going an hour. It's not a long topic. I think we'll keep going for a bit. And tell you where I'm going. There's a section of this examination which is very non-technical, which is what I'm on now. Regrettably so, there are two more sections which are technical. They will take beyond the end of today, just so people know.
Yes, I do understand that.
I apologise for that, Mr. Baker, but there's not much I can do about it, I'm afraid.
We understand totally, and we will.
You don't
Totally
even have to say,
and
I know you will. You don't need to assure me. I know you will. That's fine. I want to go on to taller turbines, which is ground 3 of your inquiry report. And go to page 81, if you would.
Sorry, what am I? Yeah, what are we going to? Mine. Yeah, okay.
We can probably abbreviate our rehearsal of what's in this section if I say that, broadly speaking, I can take you to sections if you want, but it's your view that taller turbines do mean more noise and more low-frequency noise. Those are 2 points you make in this section. Is that right?
More noise for the same turbine at a lower level.
Oh.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
Oh, you mean if it was a taller stall-regulated turbine, there'd be more noise?
I'm not talking about stall-regulated turbines. I'm fully aware that modern turbines, which would be considered and permitted, would be variable speed.
All right. So we are, okay, let's do it the other way around then. We're looking at two pitch-regulated variable speed turbines. You're not comparing stall with pitch-regulated.
I'm only comparing, it doesn't matter what type of turbine it is, providing you're talking about the same type of turbine at each of the two different levels. That's all this is about.
All right, well, this may cut the examination short. Let me cut to the chase and see if we can agree some points. If we were to go, now I think we do need to go for the reporter's benefit, if not for ours. If we go to CD 111, which is the additional information of July 2019, and within that, you go to Appendix A, Table 8. Mr. Campbell, there's another document I need, if you can help me. It is actually, but apologies, I should have notified you of this. It's the environmental statement of Paul's Hill 2, the report. It's Nicola Martin will give you a CD number. You might even find a copy. Is that the report or the figures? Hey, that's good. That's what we want. Page 1312, table 13.8. That's what I'm after. Yes. 1312.
13.
Do you want a copy, Mr. Campbell, as well? Because we've got one. Sure. Are you okay, sir? Well, actually, let's lend you that because you're going to have to go hard copy side by side or screen to hard copy. It's going to be easier. There are a couple of points I want to explore. It may be that we're in agreement because we're not comparing like with like here, but I want to get that clear.
Sure.
That if we look, and if you say it's not what I'm saying, I probably know that now, but I still want to explore this a bit.
Of course. Yeah.
If you go to our Table 8 and Appendix A to the July 19 report, AI, we can see the warranted turbine sound power levels for the Paul's Hill 1.
Just give me 1 sec while I
Sorry,
rearrange things before I
No
want
problems.
something off the table. Okay, so you'd like me to be in Appendix A, Table 8, yes?
We thought they were. What's that? No, is this July? So we know it's
I think I'm where you would like me to be.
Table 8 says Siemens SWT 2.382.
Yes.
And you've got between 6 and 12 metres a second. You've got
Yes.
sound power levels.
Yes.
And if you compare that with the paragraph 13.349 in the environmental statement,
Yes.
you'll see
Yes.
the Paul's Hill Sembian 3.2 M114 candidate turbine.
I do.
Yep. And if you read along as a broad proposition, I suggest that up to about 8 metres a second, yes, the pitch-regulated Senvion is noisier than the stall-regulated Siemens machine, but above that, the position becomes more equal. Or indeed, no, the stall-regulated machine becomes more noisy.
Yes.
well,
yes, you're correct.
I'm
yes,
correct,
yes.
thank you.
May I use this opportunity to put a plea in for all those in the wind industry and within Hayes Mackenzie to please put the correct and complete designation when you are referring to a turbine. You have what appears to be precisely the same turbine in Table 8 as in Table 13.8 of the ES. And it is impossible for anybody in the public or anybody who wants to use this to know what you're actually talking about because you're not defining the full details of the turbine you're using. And that was the reason for my complaint on what Dr. Mackenzie
Mr. Baker,
had written. Yes.
You'd be surprised to hear me agree with you.
Thank you, sir.
I have the same gripe sometimes. Okay?
Thank you very much.
We can agree with that gripe. That's okay. So if I think we compare that as far as we need. Because that's the way that these turbines perform.
Yeah.
The stall-regulated one sort of rises gradually. It steps up a bit at twin speed.
Yeah.
And then as it enters the stall condition and is restrained, because of the constraint, the noise keeps going up.
Okay.
That's what happens. But
Interestingly, sorry, just for my information, does it step up so it actually operates on the low speed to start with?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then for the pitch-regulated variable speed machine, it increases more rapidly up
Yes.
to a certain level.
Yes.
It hits its rated output, and then it's a flat line
Yeah,
because it's pitch-regulated and doesn't increase with wind speed beyond then.
yes.
Good.
Yes?
I agree with that. That's
Yep,
excellent.
yep.
But look also at Table 9, if you would, in the CD 111, which is the Paul's Hill 1 turbine. And here we have the octave band center frequencies from 63 hertz up to 8 kilohertz. You see that?
I do.
And if we go also to Table 13.9 in the ES, we've got the same figures for Sembian, don't we? And I think all the way up the octave bands, actually the stall-regulated machine is noisier, isn't it?
does appear. So yes.
And more particularly, bearing in mind your comments about lower
What?
frequency noise, the stall regulated machine is noisier than the now proposed pitch regulated machine for Paul's Hill 2. That's correct.
Yes, at around about 500 and 1,000, there's not much difference between them, but it's not hardly worth discussing. Yes, I agree.
Thank you. The final point, and we're getting along so happily, I think it's about to go wrong, we'll see, is that as Dr. Mackenzie has said in his inquiry report, the effects of wind shear on propagation occur at greater distances as turbine height increases. Do you agree with that statement?
I need to think carefully about that. We're saying the effects of wind shear increase
On propagation?
On propagation, increase as the turbine...
No. Occur at greater distances.
Yeah.
The curve, if you like, as you get taller,
no,
it goes out further
I get
before
what
it hits
you're
the
saying,
ground.
yes.
As simple as that.
Yes.
Is that a reasonable proposition?
That sounds a reasonable proposition, yes.
So it does mean that the effects of wind shear on propagation at a given location X will decrease with turbine height as turbine height increases.
I think that is not necessarily correct, and in fact I'm not sure that my answer is correct, to be perfectly honest. And the reason is when you look at I think there was a reference yesterday to HANA by Dr. Mackenzie, and within HANA there was a curve shown.
It's DB7 if you want to go to it.
Yeah. I don't need to if anyone else
It's
likes.
figure 34, sir, within
Yeah.
DB7. Is that one that goes?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
okay.
That's right. So as it goes over the trees, all they're doing there is they are showing the particular path that actually connects the source and that particular receiver. There are other parts that will hit receivers before it and hit receivers after it. Otherwise, we'd only be hearing this noise at core glass. We wouldn't be hearing it down the road or anywhere else. Okay, so I don't actually agree.
Well, okay. Let's put it again, just
Okay.
to start again, because I thought we had agreement on the first point,
Yeah.
that as turbines get taller, up height of, say, 80 as opposed to 100,
Yeah.
the projection of propagation from that source
Yeah.
to ground, if you like, it'll hit the ground earlier with a 80-metre hub than it will with a 100-metre hub. Is that generally agreed? Because that's what Dr. He says that's a simplistic diagram, but that's to
not
illustrate.
necessarily, because here's my turbine height. Yeah. We have a number of things happening. Sorry, I'll wait till you can look at it because I'm illustrating. Okay. So you have a number of things happening, and you have parts, sound parts, vibration parts, whatever, going up and going out now. You also have direct lines. So, the sound can actually hit a receptor which is closer in a direct path.
Do you have any evidence to back this up? Because it's quite contrary to what Dr. Mackenzie says. Do you have any evidence to produce?
I think this is pretty fundamental acoustics. You have
No, I said, did you have any evidence to produce to back this up?
I do not have an acoustics textbook to hand, but yes, I think you will find that is perfectly normal acoustic theory.
Well, we're in complete disagreement on that, so you'll need to note that.
Well, can you tell me where you have your evidence for what you are suggesting, which is differing from what I say?
Well,
Sorry.
I'm not here to answer questions, but I will answer that one. The evidence comes from Dr. Mackenzie yesterday, and that's what he said. He's the expert, not me. You disagree, fine, we'll leave it there.
We agree to disagree. Thank you.
I'm tempted to cover one more point before we break. It won't be very long. It may be very short. Let's see how much this matters in your evidence. You do tackle amplitude modulation in your evidence to some degree, and so does Dr. Mackenzie. You know that we've offered a condition. We can debate the wording of that condition in the condition session. Do you have any evidence that this is a high amplitude modulation site? Evidence? Well, there are every amplitude modulation occurs with every turbine, obviously, because of the swish. But what we're talking about here, and my apologies for not being clear, I wasn't clear, is excess amplitude modulation. That is to say, in the terms of numerous recent studies, of a level of sort of 3 dB plus-ish. No one's really agreed what the plus-ish bit is.
Yes.
And there is a recommendation from the IOA that penalties should apply on a sliding scale basis above roughly 3 dB
Yes.
up to 6 dB. So we've offered a condition which requires a scheme. I think Murray Council will be arguing for something more concrete at this stage. But I want simply to know from you whether you are arguing that this is a site where excess amplitude modulation would be unusually great.
Right, okay.
So I put it properly now, I hope.
Yes. I think I can answer that reasonably. My interpretation of it, well, first of all, there's two forms of evidence. The one form of evidence is what Hayes Mackenzie have produced, and that is in their graphs. And those graphs indicate that there is a limited amount of amplitude modulation that gets above the 3 dB limit. I do need to put that slightly in context because it is limited in relation to the entire family of noise readings that has been recorded. Whereas, as I have made the point earlier, we are looking at the 10% that comes during high wind shear. So I don't know whether those amplitude modulation readings are associated with high wind shear or not. I don't know. I haven't been given. I haven't got that information.
Well,
and I know.
That's a fair answer. If you haven't got it, you haven't got it.
I don't have that information. What I can comment on is that Mr. and Mrs. Bonzio do hear what they believe is amplitude modulation. I suspect, my interpretation of it is, it's not particularly high, but they do note it as something that they find interferes, if you like, on their piece. And I would just like on that one, amplitude modulation is not a big part of my objection, but it is a part. And I would just like to make one comment, if I may. If you have a single turbine and you have noise going from that, you have noise doing this, up and down, yeah? Pretty straightforward stuff. Now, and if that's amplitude modulation and it's high, I don't know how many people are familiar here with noise cancelling technology. I'm sorry, this is relevant and important.
No, actually, it's not. Before you go on, what I've taken is that you don't have any direct evidence of levels of amplitude modulation. It's not a big part of your case. Can we... I don't want to turn this into an exploration of issues we don't need to explore. I'm not sure we need to go any further. That's good enough for me. I'm getting a nod from Mr. Campbell. So we'll leave it there. So that's an opportune moment. 15 minutes?
So we've still got the conditions to discuss as well. It's optional, I don't mind, but I wondered whether anyone had any appetite for starting at 9 rather than 9:30, as we all seem to be arriving fairly early anyway. Mr. Trinick, any problems?
As long as we're not too late tonight, so I can look at the conditions, which we got at very last moment, and I haven't studied properly.
Thank you. We'll start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. And hopefully, as I say, we shouldn't be too late today. That's the aim anyway. Okay, Mr. Trinick.
Thanks, sir. I'm changing topic now because I want to do the rest of this examination in two parts. The first part we'll do this afternoon, and I think the second part will be tomorrow morning. The first part is perhaps putting to you our view of life, and tomorrow morning we'll be putting to you questions about your view of life. So it'll be in two parts. And I want to start with source noise and explore two initial comments. First of all, what I'm doing this afternoon is following a pathway from source through propagation to the measurement point for noise at a house, otherwise receptor. So I'm looking at that. The other initial comment is, if I stop you and say we'll deal with that later, it's not the advocate's way of saying I've given up and going home. I really mean I will, but I'm doing things in a particular order, so you'll have to bear with me.
Sure.
All right. Source noise then. If you go to your inquiry report at page 96, you say in bold in the second paragraph.
Sorry, I haven't quite got
Sorry.
96 yet. So. Oops. Nearly there. Right, I'm on.
Starts the IOA confuses.
Yeah.
For noise propagation, it is necessary to know the wind speed at the hub level, because that directly controls the amount of noise generated. We agree, obviously. Mm-hmm. You heard yesterday, and maybe I'll short circuit this to some extent, Dr. Mackenzie took us to ETSU, he took us to hub heights at that time, 25 to 30, thereabouts, and said, well, look, at that date, it didn't make the reference height of 10 metres height was probably not problematic, because with those hub heights, wind shear wasn't really so much of a factor. It didn't vary that much. It may have varied a bit. It may have given rise to problems, but not as you get with very tall turbines. It might also be said that we didn't really understand wind shear in 1997, and that'd be a fair comment. And then hub heights have increased dramatically since then, and what might have been a reasonable closeness between V10 and hub height in those days has become quite intolerable now. If you're trying to do the same thing, you have to look at the wind speed at hub height. Yes. So I think we're probably, I see you nodding in agreement there. Well, yes, I was rehearsing a whole series of points rather than asking lots of questions. I've been looking at Mr. Baker, we've been engaging, and he's been nodding, so, you know, I think we've rehearsed. I don't need to ask lots of difficult questions if we're in agreement. Thank you. At all events, that led, doesn't necessarily lead, part of the process was the Acoustics Bulletin article of March 2009, which is CD 7.5. I think you probably read it.
Yes, I have.
And you're familiar with it, because there's no need to go there if you are, because what that said ultimately led in 2013 to the IOA GPG, which advised in terms we know. And let's just then go back to your inquiry report. Sorry, Mr. Campbell, I am rehearsing quickly, because if there's no disagreement, I'm not going to push the point. But I think we're about to reach the point where there may be a question if you're waiting in anticipation. Well, no, we give out the evidence usually. But, if you go back to page 96 of your inquiry report, the last paragraph, we see what you say for the IOA to change the ETSU 10-metre actual reference height to an artificially contrived standardised V10 derived from hub height wind speed makes little sense. The IOA assumes one standard profile of wind speed variation with height, ignoring how wind shear varies in reality. Figure 21, which is, I think, over the page, yeah, and you've been there, we've looked at it, illustrated for the rated speed of hub height, shows graphically how unrepresentative the standard relationship is. Well, let's take it step by step. I was going to take you to EPP 21 and so that Mr. Campbell can hear a question. I will. I'm not sure there's a need to. If you go to EPP 21...
could you tell me what that is, please?
Yes, it's the referencing of noise data to standardised 10-metre height against hub height wind speed document, which Hayes Mackenzie produced.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
I'm not sure there's anything between us here. I thought there was, but I'm not sure there is on what you've said already in the inquiry. Actually, you are looking at hub height wind speed. It's just the way standardisation is done.
Yes.
Still without a question. That's okay. We
We're
agree
doing
on
well.
that. Well, sort of a question. Where I suspect we're apart, and I want to isolate this and not question you on at the moment, but come back to it, is that what you are really saying when you say wind shear varies in reality in that paragraph is you're looking at local wind shear.
No, not necessarily at all.
Right.
Everything that I have related to 10-metre height wind speed at the wind farm.
Actual or standardised?
Actual.
Actual.
Actual. At the wind farm. The data that I have and plotted on that graph from which I got the background noise relationship for against actual V10, that data is all from the wind farm site. Okay? So that data is doing precisely what ETSU asks us to do. The noise is not recorded at the wind farm, obviously. The noise is recorded at Corglass. But everything I have presented is in relation to 10-metre high wind speed at the wind farm. And I think if you can recall my presentation and follow it all the way through, I went through everything and came right back to a plot of wind speed at near ground level at 3.5 meters height, and recorded points that fitted with that in what I worked out as wind shear, and that accorded with Mr. Bonzio's observations. So to that degree, I think what I have produced, plus the interpretation on the actual plot that I went through, it all ties together, and to me, it does not indicate that we are having something which, in terms of wind shear, is markedly different at Corglass to at the wind farm.
Okay. So for when I come to this tomorrow, in terms of your evidence, we have three concepts in play, with three matters in play, if you like. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have, first of all, the IOA recommended V10 standardized wind height.
Yes.
We have the actual V10, on site.
Yes.
And we have some local measurements of wind shear at Corglass Farm.
Not strictly so. We have, rather than your last point, the point before, you said we have measurements of wind speed. We only have measurements of wind speed at the hub height. What we do have is via the relationships that I derived because of the background noise related to the hub height wind speed, when the wind shear is 0, because that also gives me the same information related to the actual 10-meter height wind speed at the wind farm.
Okay,
that's
there.
what we have.
Let me capture that a moment
Yes,
and see,
okay.
see if tomorrow I'm going in the right direction.
Yes.
I may have done a lot of noise with it, but I'm not an acoustician, so I have to be careful I understand this. That, get this clear, that in the conditions of 0 wind shear, V anything on site is going to be the same.
In theory, we are talking about we're talking about averages, obviously.
Of course,
so this
averages,
is in theory.
yeah, not
No, you get
a derived
gusts.
average.
Yeah, you get gusts. You
It's
get
going
all
to be
sorts of
0,
things happening.
V1, V10, V50, V90, V120, in theory.
In theory, but we've only tested that up to the height of 59
All right.
metres.
Let's be more, I'm not being very scientific. From V93 down to V10 via V59, wind shear alpha equals 0 means those wind speeds are going to be the same.
In theory,
Okay.
yes.
I'll take the
but
theory.
as I say, we've only tested from the 59-metre height, in effect, down
All right.
to 10 metres.
Fine. The further step I thought you took was to say that that means that V something at Cordlas Farm will also equate to V10 on site in conditions of alpha equals 0.
That is the starting assumption. That is, and let me stress, I cannot say that that is precisely what happens in practice. I cannot say that. To do that, you would need to measure wind speed at the wind farm and at Cordlas.
Right.
And when the monitoring was being done, before they moved to monitoring up near the wind farm, that was a suggestion I made. Please, as you're saying that everything is this variation in wind speed rather than just the effective wind shear that I have demonstrated, then please can we measure at Cordlas as well, because it would answer that question. But that wasn't done.
Okay.
So, yeah, just to make sure I fully answered your question properly. All I have done precisely what Hetsu asked for with the best correlation I can do to get the actual 10-metre high wind speed at the wind farm versus noise at Cordlas.
Okay, fine. That gives me enough for tomorrow morning. I said I'd stop and come back on occasions. I'm laying a bit of ground here for tomorrow morning.
Sure.
So I understand.
Just one last comment to finish you. All I can say is what we have looked at Cordlas in terms of the wind speed measurements that were taken at Cordlas at 3.5 metre height when the noise was recorded, it is consistent with, broadly, with that wind shear development. It does not indicate there is something radically different going on at Cordlas.
It's consistent with what?
It is consistent with the wind shear that we have interpreted at the wind farm.
Okay.
Yeah, I have not identified anything that says to me, look, from the observations of Mr. and Mrs. Bonsu when they hear the noise, from the wind speeds they've measured on site at those times at 3.5 metres height, the wind shear that you would get from the 3.5 metres, from tying all that together, is consistent. It hasn't said to me, I've got wind conditions are very different.
Okay. I'll take that home and come back to it tomorrow. But, in other words, at a given time, the local wind shear at Cordlas would appear to have the same profile as the wind shear on site.
That is the assumption, yes.
Thank you. You make a note of that.
Broadly. Yes.
All right, let's just turn to source noise at the compliance stage, where you tell us on page 96, for compliance measurement is necessary only to know the total noise measured at the receptor and the reference wind speed near ground level, as the latter dictates how much background noise is generated by wind in the trees and vegetation. And somewhat further on, at the bottom of the next paragraph, where it is suspected that wind conditions at the receptor could differ markedly from those of the wind farm, it would be more logical to measure the V10 wind speed at the receptor. So we've got those two things to play with there. Now we're at the planning stage in this inquiry, so I'm going to be brief. I don't want to get stuck in the compliance stage. But if Paul's Hill 2 is consented with conditions based on the greater of 35 or plus 5, or the greater of whatever fixed level it is, or plus 5, as opposed to the simplified limit, then we will need to know hub height wind speed for the purpose of compliance, won't we?
Of which turbine?
Paul's Hill 2 turbines, if they are consented.
Why would we need necessarily for compliance to know the hub height wind speed?
Because if you look at the rating curve, you need to know what the wind turbine is doing on site. Simple as that. Yes. The limits are going to be specified in terms of hub height wind speed. That's the modern, very standard planning condition. So you have to know what the wind speed is doing at hub height. Don't you?
Yes, yes. Well,
right.
what I've proposed as a sensible approach will give you that and give you the 10-metre height wind speed at the wind farm, plus the wind shear.
Well, okay. But your answer to my question is, in order to do compliance tests for a Paul's Hill 2 operation with conditions based on 35 plus 5 or 30 whatever it is plus 5, yes, you need to know what's happening at hub height of the wind farm. I think you just agree with that.
I'm not 100% clear because I do not yet know what the conditions are going to be. Are you saying the conditions will be in terms of the hub height wind speed?
Yes, precisely what I'm saying.
Because I don't know that yet. You're jumping way ahead.
I think that... I'm not sure. Let me just ask them. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, I understand your point now, because I thought the previous versions of the draft conditions for this project had been sent to your team, but it would seem not. You've only just got the draft conditions. So I understand your answer now. And if I need to come back to it, I will bring the draft conditions to your attention. But the answer is yes, they will be framed in terms of V10 standardized wind speed. So it means that you would need to know that hub height wind speed for compliance purposes.
Well, that's absolutely fine, providing the conditions also measure wind speed at differing heights, so we have the wind shear, so we can know what the wind speed is near ground level.
Well, that's going to be our debate tomorrow in terms of what we mean by that wind shear as between the site and the receptor.
Of course.
We'll come to that tomorrow.
Yeah, of course.
So I want to dwell briefly on LiDAR measurements. I appreciate this afternoon I come from our perspective as opposed to yours.
Yeah.
Would you just dig out APP 18 and 19?
Yeah, I could shortcut this by saying I have no question about how LiDAR works and about what is in these documents. That's fine with me.
No, but you do have a question about LiDAR accuracy. You seem to.
Let
me ask you this question.
Yes.
Let me just put a single question and see if it works. Do you say that the LiDAR evidence brought to this inquiry is in any way inaccurate?
I do say that with the LiDAR evidence that I got and that it appears Hayes Mackenzie have had also and used in what they put forward.
Sorry, Hayes Mackenzie, I missed that.
It also applies to what it also appears to apply to what Hayes Mackenzie have used and put forward.
But
And
if you, sorry, I interrupted you. If you go to APP 17,
yeah.
let's focus in on what you've just said. You can see there is a scatter of data.
Yep.
You can see that there is a shutdown curve in red, and the red dots are shut down. You can see for total noise a black line indicating an average wind shear, can't you? You see that?
I see that.
Let's be clear.
Sorry, the black line is, you're saying is, hang on, let me just look at this carefully.
This is at night time, obviously, but the grey dots are with the turbines running and the red dots are shut down. The red line is the derived the polynomial average for LiDAR during shutdown. The black line is the derived polynomial average, I don't know if it's third or fourth, I don't care, for all measured data at night. You see that?
I see that. And can I just be clear, this relates to which set of data, please?
This will be the 2018 compliance measurements, so the ones made at Cordglass Farm. Okay? So what I want to know, I need a clear answer on this, is are you claiming that the information presented in Figure 1 is in any way incorrect?
I think the answer to that is yes.
On the basis of what evidence?
On the basis of the evidence of the plots of noise, background noise, during shutdown, that is on the general plots that we looked at and that I talked my way through.
So your answer again takes us tomorrow morning. In other words, the information that you were presented under ground 1 in your inquiry report, principally between about pages 45 and 70, around is that area where you go into this issue and you've got figure 6 in particular, and you've got figure 7, and then you've got figure 16. Those are 3 from memory, which I remember, where you've got the pink zone.
Yeah, whether we've got the numbers right doesn't matter, but the ones with the pink zone, yes.
Where we've got the pink zone. And that's where you say these are some plausibly derived, I quote from top of page 45, plausibly derived wind shear lines, or background noise lines reflecting a particular wind shear exponent. That's what you do.
Yes.
Right. But the evidence base for your disagreement with Appendix 17, Figure 1, black line, the evidence base is your construction of those background noise curves based on wind shear exponents.
That is correct.
Right.
My evidence base for my statement on this goes broader than that.
Well, of course,
as I said earlier.
But in terms of my narrow question here,
okay. Yeah.
the answer is yes. Right. I can come back to that tomorrow morning now. I've laid the ground. That's good. If the Appendix 17, Figure 1 information is correct and you are wrong, if hypothetically that is the case, can we agree that we're looking at an average wind shear factor of, roughly speaking, 0.15-ish down to, at relevant wind speeds, 0.15
Are you talking about the black line on
Yes,
figure 1?
black line.
That is 0.1, maximum of 0.14.
4, okay, well, even better from my point of view. That's all right.
Yeah.
And it drifts away as you get to higher wind speeds, in which I'm not really interested in 13, 14, 15.
Yeah.
So it's below the standardized figure of 0.16.
It is, which is
Yeah.
exceptionally unusual.
Well, you know, we'll see if it's right or wrong. But the
Yeah.
fact is that if this information is correct,
Yes.
then this is not a high wind shear site. It's actually,
I agree, if
Good.
this is correct.
thank you very much. You bear with me, see if I need to push this point further at this stage. It may take 30 seconds or so just to look at what I'm looking at. Yeah, to be fair to you, I think I ought to take you here. If you go to, it's not making my case, it's slightly making yours rather more. If you go to CD 111, which is the July 2019 additional information,
Do you mean the updated noise assessment report?
Yes.
Yes, okay, I've got that.
you go to page 6, table 2. And we look there at the shear exponents. This is which information is this from? This is LiDAR-based information. We see there, don't we, in fact, between 2 meters, for night again, like with like, this is night. It's sort of 0.27 at 2 meters a second, as you would expect at that lower wind speed, drifting away to 0.15 at 12 meters a second and coming out on average at about 0.17. You see that?
I see it.
Yes, okay. So maybe slightly higher than the APP 17, but
Yeah. It comes
but
broadly from the
that
same
data,
Yes.
data is the point is gathered over a whole year. You understand that?
This is over a whole year?
Yes.
Right,
That's
okay.
over a whole year,
Yeah.
the table 2 information,
Yeah,
as opposed to the figure 1 APP 17 information, which is obviously over a shorter period.
right, yes, okay.
All right.
That's fine.
So we're going on faster than expected. Coming on to propagation now. And ISO 9613, again, our view of life rather than yours. You're obviously not happy with the accuracy of the of the predictive model within ISO 9613. If you go to your inquiry report at page 85, fourth line down under ground 8. Much more importantly, the evidence in ground 1 shows clearly that average emissions at core-glass times of high wind shear.
Sorry, may I just pause,
Yes.
because I haven't... Is it page 85?
Yeah.
We've got some bullet points at the top.
Yep, and then you've got ground 8. Oh, ground 4, I'm sorry. Paragraph 8, ground 4. Yep, my apologies.
Right, so we're in ground 4, and the
Yeah.
first paragraph.
First paragraph, fourth line, much more importantly,
Yeah,
as the evidence in ground 1 shows clearly the average emissions at core-glass at times of high wind shear and thermal inversions are 6 dB higher than predicted by ISO 9612. I'm not going to the Swedish study yet, I'm just sticking with
Yes.
that comment. If you go to page 87, page 87 at the bottom of the page, below paragraph 5, Figure 19A shows substantial exceedance of both the predicted emissions and the consented limited over a full range of operational wind speeds from standardized V10 of 0.5 meters upwards. considerably below the rated speed of the turbines. At standardized V10 of 7 meters and above, average emissions exceed the 35 dB limit, etc. And apparent emissions are as high as 25 dB above a predicted level. This emphatically belies the claims of conservatism for predictions using ISO 9613. So that's the starting point. I'll come to the detailed evidence on ground one, your evidence, tomorrow. But am I right that your contentions about the inaccuracy of ISO 9613 modelled predictions are based on your measurements and those of Hayes Mackenzie at Cordlass Farm?
They are based on Hayes Mackenzie's measurements at Cordlass Farm, which I have identified as linked to wind farm noise because of the timing of the iPhone sample monitoring.
Okay, well, we'll find out whether that is word turbine noise later, but that's the basis for what you say. But it seems to me you're saying no more about ISO 9613 than that your interpretation of the Hayes Mackenzie measurements and your use of them shows X, and therefore ISO 9613 must be wrong. You don't produce any direct evidence that the predictor model is incorrect.
Well, I'm not quite sure how you do, other than what I've done. How do you think you provide direct evidence that an ISO prediction is incorrect?
Well,
I don't understand the question.
Well, yeah, you know, there are two ways of doubting evidence. You can say that what I conclude means that something's wrong.
Yes.
Or you can look at the model itself and attack the model and say it's incorrect because.
Okay, I think I can answer that, sir.
There are two ways of doing it. The way you've chosen is the first way. I'm right that I see no evidence from you based in physics, based in acoustic modelling, which says ISO 9613 model is inherently incorrect because. You don't take that approach.
No, I don't take that approach, and nor do I argue that. Because, yeah, I will get there. Don't worry. If you actually look at this, and there is a plot that I would have submitted, but was not permitted to submit, and it is just simply this plot, or the data with this plot on, which is what the ISO predictions were, the blue line, and also shown on it was the green...
No, sorry. It's not in, full stop.
What?
It's not in. You can't talk about something.
I can talk about it because I have it on another one of the plots that's in, so I disagree,
take
sir.
Us to if it's in, take us to it. But
it is in. And...
Tell me where it is.
Yes, I will just...
This will be within the slides you went through this morning.
It is, yes. Actually, I could most simply look upon that one.
While we're looking, Mr. Campbell, do you think you could email a copy of those slides to Smira in the office, just so I've got a record of them? I have what's told to be a very good photographic record of them from the camera, but I'd sooner have the original slides as well, please.
Okay, it's figure 12, the 2018 shutdown, the second 2018 shutdown, which is Hayes-McKenzie's report figure HM5.
You have to help me with the slide number. I can't.
Would you?
Figure 12, shutdown.
May I show you? Is that
No, hang on, is this, the heading is Figure 12, 2018 shutdown 2? Okay, I've got it. Is that the one there?
It is.
Got it. Right, carry on. Right.
So that one, I think I'm correct. Let me just check. It's 6 and 30. 6 and 30. Okay. I'm not. Basically, what I'm remembering, and I'm sorry, it's a little bit vague because I haven't got the combined plot, but at least part of this curve, which was predicted measured turbine
Is this
noise,
the green curve?
Yeah.
Okay.
Matches the ISO blue prediction over part of that range. Past that range only.
Can we see the LiDAR curve on there? So the ISO 9613 predicted curve on there.
Sorry, can we see?
Well, you said that for part of the green curve matched the ISO 9613 prediction,
Yeah.
but I don't see how we see that from this figure.
Well, I wasn't permitted to provide the curve.
Well, you see my question. I'm trying to narrow this down a bit, Mr. Baker. No, please bear with me now.
Yes.
What I'm after is the nature of your evidence that either ISO 9613 is inherently flawed, or that it's flawed in this case, or that it is maybe not flawed but somehow otherwise inaccurately predicts wind turbine noise in this case, apart from your own derived background noise curves based on wind shear.
Yeah.
Is there any other evidence?
Let me go straight to answering your question, if I may. And I think I'll avoid the confusion of that other figure. What I concluded from this data is that, in fact, there is some reasonable agreement with the ISO prediction, certainly as to the minimum level of the wind farm noise. And if you remember what I showed this morning, there was wind shear, at 0.3, at which point the background noise plus this noise
Yes, I remember
added 3, and it moved up. So that fitted. So in that respect, that ISO prediction line is okay. It's good. So what I am suggesting is happening here, and remember, this is only at high wind shear. And we've said from the start, it's when you get high wind shear that you get this problem. So when you have the high wind shear, it appears that an additional atmospheric controlling parameter is coming into play. And that parameter I am submitting is thermal inversion, which is what is giving you higher levels of noise than the prediction. So if your ISO prediction is applied to conditions where your wind shear is lower and you do not have thermal inversion, then it probably gives you good answers. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well that narrows it down quite a lot and usefully. Looking at that figure 12 shutdown 2, which you were looking at before, it would appear to me to say that even in conditions of alpha is 0.46, that the wind turbines only bump along the rating curve. They don't go above that curve. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct. They do not go
Thank you.
above.
Whereas at alpha is 0.22, you start to, in your terms, have a problem.
No.
The other way around, I'm
Other
sorry.
way around.
Yeah, 0.7, you have a problem. Yep.
Well, yes and no. Sorry to give a yes and no answer.
I wouldn't expect anything else. You carry on.
You should deal with geologists on the one hand and on the other. So, but if you look at the shutdown data, the wind shear that I derived, and it is in my report, is of the order of 0.6 to 0.7.
Yeah.
So it appears that at that wind shear, and the problem is what. Well, I know to a certain degree because the shutdown wind shear values were taken immediately before and immediately after we got turbine noise.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sorry. I'll confuse myself. The shutdown wind shear values, as per the New Zealand standard, were at the point where you switch from on to off, and vice versa. Okay, so we know those values there.
Yeah.
So I think it appears that in this case, values of the order of 0.65, 0.7 were consistent with the wind farm noise being at 35
Okay.
maximum at a standardized wind shear of about 8.5. Now, if we look at figure 19A at 8.5.
Well, 19A, we've got to find this. Wait.
Pardon?
We've got to find 19A.
Yeah, I think that was the one you directed me to in the first place in my
No,
report.
that was figure 12. Let's just find 19.
Eh?
Is it in your slides?
No. I'm going back further in our conversation when you first raised it. Figure 12 was the one I've looked at from my presentation.
You want to go to 19A,
Correct, yes.
which is slide 25. Right. Go on.
It's on page 17 of my report.
All right.
It's where you directed me first.
Mm.
So on that, at about 8.5 standardized 10-meter wind speed, we get from the predictions, we get about 32.
So is this normal
Probably.
or low speed?
Normal.
Yeah, okay.
Predicted normal of 32, and we've got 35 out of this here. But one of the points, it is a key point from the findings that I made before, the interpretation I made, let's put it that way, before I came with the Swedish study. I concluded that there's a combination of results on this graph. There are results where you do not necessarily have particularly high effects of thermal inversion. So you get points which are closer to this predicted line, but you get others that are higher. And the others that are higher, I've concluded must be thermal inversion.
Well, we'll come on to thermal inversion in just
Okay.
a minute. Don't worry. Thank you for that answer. What I've taken from that exchange, I think we've already got here, is that so far as you have a disagreement with predicted noise level from the turbines on the basis of ISO 9613, they arise because those predictions disagree with your information based on, if you like, pink zone type evidence. In other words, derive background curves for a range of plausible wind shear values. That's the origin of your disagreement
No,
with
that's not
ISO
true.
9613.
No, it's not true.
No.
So perhaps I need to explain. Would you like me
Well,
to?
to use Mr. Campbell's words, briefly, please.
Certainly. Look at the green dots on the curve and the other things that are
Are we
plotted.
looking at figure 19A again?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get it again.
That's got nothing to do, those results have nothing to do with my interpretation.
All right, go on.
The bounding lines do, like the red line does, but that's just giving you a bit of information and putting it in context. But those points that are plotted there are no different to the points that Hayes-Mackenzie plot on their graphs.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that we know, because of the iPhone which identifies that these are times when Mr. Bonzier hears noise and samples it, so that is telling me that the noise is higher than the ISO. It's got nothing to do with my derived
All right. Well, I think
relationships.
explore that bit tomorrow, but I want to come on to thermal inversion now. If you go to page 141 of your inquiry report, which is in the appendices,
Yep.
and also get out DB12, which is the Oland report.
I'll have to open that up electronically, find out and get it, yes. So it'll take me a moment or two.
People tell me when they're there.
Certainly.
You there, sir?
DB, can you
Well, I will
remind
be
me
looking at the
the
Swedish
number,
part.
please? Do you do me a favour and remind me the number, please?
DB12.
12, thank you. Yes, I've got that open. Where in it would you like me to go?
And in your inquiry report is page, well, it's really page 142 I want to focus on.
Of my inquiry report, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Because the first exercise is to relate what you say to the relevant part of the Oland study.
Yes,
So the second paragraph on page 142, Oland found,
yes.
you tell us about 4 or 5 lines down, where there's no snow cover, the median difference under different meteorological conditions was 6 dB, with snow cover increased to 14, and was up to 17 dB for the 125 hertz center frequency octave band.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that tells me that I'm looking at 2 points in the Oland report. One is page 22, figure 4.4.
I'm to go there now. Yep, okay.
Because that's where I see these differences.
Figure 4.4. Yes, I am there.
Yeah, and I've got the right place, haven't I? The reason I ask is, and I'm not being critical, you don't give the reference pages in your page 142, so I have to interpolate,
I see,
try and
right.
find out where I
Okay.
am.
Right.
So it is figure 4.4. And if we
Yes.
go to page 24, I think we found top right the 125 hertz band, which is the source of what you say on page 142. Is that correct?
Go to, sorry, which one did you say?
Page
now?
24,
24, yes, I've got 24.
125 hertz band.
Yes, I see that.
Figure 4.5. So we have isolated those parts of Oland to which you refer. So when we look at figure 4.4, without snow, it's red, and with snow, it's blue. And if we look at a sound speed gradient in the x-axis of minus 0.05, and we go to a sound speed gradient of, well, 0.12, I would say it's about, that's the 6 dB difference to which you refer. Is that correct?
You need to go a little slower for me. We are still on figure 4.5 at this point.
No, figure 4.4.
You flipped back, okay, because the last thing you spoke to me was the figure on this page. So
I thought I said 4.4 again, but hey, you know, I think everyone else seems to be there. But if you go back to figure 4.4, and you look at sound speed gradient of minus 0.05,
yes,
on the red curve, because that's without snow, you've got a level, a dB level of, I don't know what it is, it's about 2 dB. No, I'm right. No, so I'm not. Minus 1, sorry. Correct?
It appears so.
And then if you go, well, it appears so. This is your evidence
Yes.
I'm examining.
Well, I am making a visual estimate of a figure, so
Yeah, well,
I don't have an actual number, so
But
that's
I'm
why I
just
say it
checking
appears so.
whether your record on page 142 is derived from this. That's what I'm doing at the moment. I'll come on to the validity of it in a moment. And then if you go to a sound speed gradient of about 0.12, we get to a dB level of about 5, don't we?
Yes.
So that's where the minus 0.12 plus 5 is the 6 dB, isn't it? That's the 6 dB you refer to on page 142. Minus 1 to plus 5.
Minus 1 to plus 5. I guess it will be, but I am particularly referring to what was said in the text, yes.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to relate what you say in your text, which is without any references to figures.
No, I didn't say my text, in the text in this report.
No, I'm looking at your text on page 142.
Yes.
I'm simply trying to relate what you say there, 6 dB, where I find that in the Oland report. I think I've found it. I'm doing your work for you a little bit here. Minus 1 to plus 5. Am I looking at the right figure? 4.4, and that's the difference of 6 dB that I see. Is that the source of your figure, 6 dB, on page 142?
I was quoting what is in the text of this report, and if you will forgive me, I think I need the question, and I need to carefully look at this paper again. It is a complicated research paper, so I need to be sure that I'm saying the right thing.
Well, with due respect, I'm doing my best to examine your evidence. If you look at the abstract of the paper at the very start, in English preferably, second paragraph in this thesis,
Yes.
2/3 of the way down, during no snow cover conditions, the variation of the median under different meteorological conditions is 6 dB, and during snow cover variations 14 dB. Those are the figures you take into your text.
Yes.
You're right. And I have to try and trace which figure that is, since you don't tell us. So, and I want to look at the figures.
Well, I've quoted from the conclusions in this report.
I want
so
to look at the figures, and I've looked at
Fine,
each of them.
I need time.
Please bear with me, Mr. Baker. I'm examining your evidence and trying to get to the heart of it. If I look at each of these figures, the only correlation I see between the text and 6 and 14 dB and any figure is this figure, figure 4.4. And I want to go to the figure because I have some questions to put on it. So I would ask for your answer to my question. Is this the figure which relates to your text and to the text in the abstract?
Okay, I need time to examine this document again carefully to answer that. I've had a tremendous amount of information to look at and absorb in a little period of time without the backup of a lot of staff.
Mr. Baker, you've got a 142-page report. Believe me, we've had to engage with a lot of your material. And so this is your material I'm examining. No, Mr. Campbell, this is your material. Well, you said no. He didn't say a moment, I'm afraid.
It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He's been in the witness box for nearly 8 hours. I think you could give him a moment to look at the figures.
Well, I think he said more than a moment, but
I think we're all tired. I'm just... This red and blue figure 4.4, is that something with which you're familiar, or did you just rely upon the summary, which I think follows on the next page, which pulls out the headlines of 6 and 14 dBA and then repeated in the abstract? Did you just simply rely on the text, or did you analyse that figure? Or, even if you didn't rely on that figure, are you content that the figure is where those figures, those numbers come from?
Well, I certainly relied on the text, and I did look at figures. That is some time ago. They are complicated, and I would prefer to look at this in a less rushed manner for something so complex to answer the question properly.
Can you think of anywhere is there any reason why the page that follows figure 4.4, the reference to 6 dBA, could come from anywhere else other than that figure? I'm just trying to shortcut this. I'm happy to give you time to look through it, but I'm not sure you're going to find necessarily anywhere else that figure comes from. It appears to follow immediately after figure 4.4. I'm just trying to shortcut the thing, but have a couple of minutes just to read through it and see what you think.
Yes, I think that is correct.
Right,
You're
let's
correct.
move on.
Yep.
You see, the point is that when you look at the figures as opposed to relying on the text, you see how that 6 dB is made up, because you start with a sound speed, a negative sound speed gradient, not with 0. In other words, you're looking at an upwind situation.
I disagree with that.
No, wait.
Okay, sorry.
You're looking at an upwind. You are looking at upwind. You're looking at between minus 0.5 and 0, and adding that to what happens above 0. Now, if you're looking at downwind propagation, you don't add upwind to downwind. You look at downwind propagation, which is from 0 to 0.12. And the difference there is about 2 dB.
Well, you've made a statement, not a question, Mr. Trini,
Am I
and
right?
therefore I have to turn that back into a question to you. On what do you base your statement? Why do you say it's downwind? Where is your evidence for that? And then only if you give me that information and then ask me a question can I answer it.
Well, the trouble is, it comes back to your lack of qualification.
That is an insult, Mr. Trini.
For my wait, just wait. Sure. Just wait. It does come back to you, because I didn't think I needed to explain this point. If you're looking at a negative sound gradient, you're looking at an upwind position. You are. If I need to recall Dr. Mackenzie to actually say that the blindingly obvious, I will. But if you're looking at downwind propagation, the right measurement is between 0 and 0.12. Well, actually, it says it on page 141 of your report. Figure 38, effects of temperature gradients and sound propagation. In the case of upward refraction, temperature decreases with height or upwind propagation. You said it yourself. The proper measure is between 0 and 0.12.
May I make a request here, please? And my request is simple at this time of the day. You have spent a lot of time looking at the detail of this particular point to be able to ask me a difficult question. A difficult question requires very careful examination of this. I cannot do this on the hop here. I can answer that for you tomorrow morning with proper consideration of what is in here.
I think that's fair enough. Yeah. I understand the point you're trying to make, but I think it's fair to give him a chance to. It's late in the day. Give him a chance to think about it.
Well, if he needs a chance, he can have a chance by tomorrow morning. But I'll take my questions to the end of the run, so you can see the whole picture.
How much?
Dr. Mackenzie does point out that at paragraph 3.9 of his precognition, he makes this very point. If you'd read his precognition, you would have been appraised of what I'm putting to you. It's there.
What, in Dr. Mackenzie's 3.9?
Yeah, it's in his precognition. The very point I'm putting to you.
Okay.
It's no surprise. Dr. Mackenzie's precognition at 3.9.
Okay, I shall look at that as well. Thank you.
Okay. So you need also, overnight, to look at the blue curve, which is the noise cover curve, which again, the 14 dB figure depends almost entirely on an upwind gradient below 0. If you look between 0 and 0.12, actually the difference it's about 0 actually. 0.1, it's 2 dB. I mean, between 0 and whatever the figure is to the right-hand side of the graph, the differences are no more than 2 dB. To get to the figures you want, you have to rely on an upwind gradient. That's my point.
I should consider this carefully, yes. Thank you.
All right. Just put so you can take this away overnight as well. Go to page 24. The Oland report. Sorry, Mr. Campbell, I apologise. Oland report to figure 4.5. And I have the same question for you. You can think about overnight, because in your report you say for the 125 hertz centre, it's up to 17 dB difference.
Sorry, for the what? Would you repeat
up
that?
to 17 dB difference.
Yes, no,
that's what you say in your report.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch what you said before that. For the what?
For the 125 hertz
Right.
band.
Yeah.
If you look at the top right figure on page 24, again, if you go to 0 sound speed gradient and then see what happens above that, i.e. in downwind conditions, the difference is about 2 dB. To get to a figure of 17, you need to go into an upwind propagation. I'll leave you to think of those points overnight. I have a couple more points on Oland, which I'll tackle
I mean,
now.
I do have my ideas for the answer, but I would like to be absolutely correct. So it's not that I have no idea, but it needs properly looking at.
Am I right, there's no mention of ISO 9613 in Oland?
Yes?
We look at page 29 of Oland. Second paragraph, in this study, wind turbine sound emissions are taken from manufacturers' test reports. You see that?
I'm going down to page 29 at the moment. Which paragraph are we on there?
Second one, in this study, wind turbine sound emissions.
Yes, the first
these
two
are carried
sentences.
out carefully following standard procedures.
Yes.
Even so, the reports have a total measurement uncertainty of the sound power level of about 2.2 dB.
Yes.
But those test reports don't build in that uncertainty, do they? They simply have a declared sound power level.
I think so. If you are, that's what I would infer. If you are doing, you're not doing a planning exercise where you put a margin on. What you're doing is you are taking your best estimate of the turbine sound power, but you know that that best estimate varies plus or minus, and it's the best estimate that you use in an exercise like this to compare with what you're looking for.
Well, then we move into the planning exercise. So we go to the IOA GPG CD72, if you would.
GPG, okay. That's easy for me. Yes.
So when you get there, it's page 20 of 40.
Right.
I'm going to ask you for a moment, just while I look at something a minute. If you go to page 20 of 40,
Yeah.
paragraph 436,
Yep.
second bullet point, warranted or specified manufacturer data. We know from Dr. Mackenzie that he used warranted data, and we know that he allowed an uncertainty factor of 2 dB.
No, we don't.
We do, because he told us yesterday in evidence.
Oh, I don't care what he told us yesterday. I'll explain my reason for that, because I have said in my presentation. Now, the figures which are in the AI do not agree with the figures for that turbine that are in there for, I think it's probably Rothers 3 or whatever. But in that, if you look at the difference, there is a 2 dB difference, and my reading of it is, and I have said that quite clearly in my presentation, the uncertainty, the 2 dB uncertainty has not been added in the AI predictions.
Well, in the environment, I'm just going to give a reference here, and you can look at it overnight and check it. Paragraph 13.350, 13.3.50 of the environmental statement. The overall sound power levels have had an appropriate amount of uncertainty added depending on the data supplied or available. Warranted data, because obviously each machine, candidate machine, may have a different, whether it's warranted or not, but the Semvian is warranted, has 2 dB uncertainty added to the stated levels. Measured data has 2.6 dB added to it. Unverified data has 3 dB added. That's what Hayes Mackenzie did.
But you're referring to the ES.
Yes, and if you disagree about the AI, you'll have to produce evidence of it tomorrow.
Okay, I'll have a look.
So use of ISO 9613, as we say Hayes Mackenzie have done, would give predicted noise levels allowing for uncertainty 2 dB higher than manufacturers' test reports. In other words, uncertainty is built in, unlike the position in the Olin study.
Yes, that's correct. So 6 dB difference would become 4.
And if, therefore, the figures I put to you on the basis of figures 4.4 and 4.5 are correct, Olin finds 2 dB difference, equating to the uncertainty allowed for through ISO 9613.
You've done a mental calculation that I cannot follow, so I would request substantiation of what
I'll put it to you again, that if I'm right in what I put to you about sound speed gradients must start at 0, then the...
Oh, I see, you're going back to that. Okay, I'll have to study that for tomorrow.
Then the maximum we say Olin found is a 2 dB difference, which practically precisely equates to the uncertainty allowed for in ISO 9613. That's what I'm putting to you. So that takes us, I'm going to allow him overnight to look at that. That takes us to a convenient point.
Excellent. We'll adjourn for now. We'll start again bright and early, 9 o'clock. You may have a bit of reading to do tonight, I'm afraid.
So I'm going to actually revise the request because I think if we... No, go for 9 o'clock, it's all right. No, I'd rather go for 9:30. There's stuff I've got to do overnight as well, so...
9:30.
Yeah.
9:30 is fine.
Clear then about the requests which have been made for preparation of fresh evidence. This fresh evidence has got to be prepared by the witness on his own without any conversation from me. Do you agree? Yeah. Mr. Trinick, do you agree?
Do you know, I don't mind too much. This is, and I'm not being rude to Mr. Baker. He's a first-time witness, and I understand that in a planning inquiry. I've asked him, after another long day, to go away and do something overnight. If Mr. Campbell feels that he can be of assistance in coming to a conclusion on this one narrow point, and I know that he won't go beyond that, I have no particular objection. But let me be quite clear as to what I'm after. What I'm very specifically after is this, that in figures 4.4 and 4.5 of Oland, Mr. Baker concludes, on the basis of the text, not these figures, differences of, say, 6 and 14 dB. I say, you're right if you look at negative sound speed gradients, but you shouldn't be doing that because that's upwind propagation. You should be looking at downwind propagation, which starts at 0. And if you go from 0 up to the highest sound speed gradient, it's a difference of 2 dB only. Am I correct? And I need an answer to that question.
Be helpful if you need, just on this one particular point, if you need Mr. Campbell's assistance, that Mr. Trinick's happy with that.
Well, the one thing that puzzles me slightly before looking at the detail is that my understanding of what is being measured here is that noise is being measured at a particular distance from the wind farm in each case, and it's atmospheric conditions that are varying. I could be completely wrong. I'm only human. I can make mistakes, so that's why I've asked for time to check this. But my understanding is this is the result of atmospheric variations of thermal inversions on what is happening at one receptor site at a particular distance from a particular wind farm. And at the other wind farm, which is a longer distance, it's the same thing. I'm not aware. I mean, for it to be upwind and downwind, we've got to be moving the receptor location. Yes, no, but this is a direct answer to the question. To start with, I will.
Let's all read Oland again overnight and
Okay.
work out what we think in the morning.
Right. Thank you.
9:30 then we'll start, okay? 9:30.